He's waiting for a copy of himself. Here's a second. Oh, yeah, because you I'm just going, we go grabbing. Yeah, I started. It's not like it's ready, so it's not very. He's waiting for a copy. Yeah. But that book, I'm going that over. All right, 6 o'clock, we'll call the meeting to order. It's our regular city council meeting Monday, August 11th. Keith Warning. Present. Tom is absent. Doug Bjornson's here. Bill Hodge. Present. Mike Netland. Present. Dave McCullough's here. Present. Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Look for a motion to approve the agenda. Move. Second. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All same side. Motion carries 2-0. Use up our public forum correspondence, no sign-in? No sign-ins, and we do have Sourcewell here. What the Sourcewell is coming on up? Thank you.
That's something to kind of follow along.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, if you let him sit up here.
I'm Isabel Marble. I am a resource development administrator with Sourcewell.
I'm Amy Karski. I'm a resource development administrator as well, but I specifically work with public safety. So police departments and fire departments with your guys.
So
And I work with the city's jets and stuff.
we appreciate it. Well, we're not gonna.
So I was just going to briefly go over who is Sourcewell. We are one of 9 service cooperatives in Minnesota. We work with Region 5, so it's Wadena, Morrison, and Cass and Crow Wing, as well as the Leash Lake Band. I
would just say that we're established by legislatures so back in the 70s. So they are the ones who defined our area. With that, we have no taxing, no levying, and no borrowing authority. So all of our funding, it has to be self-generated. We do that through our cooperative purchasing contract.
And it's still very new, so Amy's going to fill in gaps for me as I go here, so I apologize. And then I was just going to go quickly into our programs and services that we are offering. I handed out the local government one. So we do have boost funds. So that is $2,000 that can be as match free. That can be used for various things. A lot of times it's like laptops, stuff like that people end up using it for. We have match funds, which can be applied for until September 24th. And that's up to $40,000 with a 25% match. So you apply for the full we do a $50,000 project. And then we have impact funds, which are needs-based. So it's those very basic things like you've seen a lot of plumbing put into places that don't have it, stuff like that. That can also be applied for up until September 24th. It's up to $50,000.
Each one of those, it's one application for the city of Monaga, specifically in the local government. Public safety does have their own funding. So the police department and the fire department have their own applications and they can apply for their own.
We can both apply separately then.
Yep. So the public safety programs operate differently than the local government. So the local government gets one for whether it be like the administration or public works or whoever. But then on the public safety side, we separate out the fire department and the police department just because each city is different on how they're structured. And on the public safety side, we didn't want to create that. Well, we don't have a fire department and we have a police department and a first response team. So they're treated as individuals. So that's why public safety is a little different.
And we also have third-party reimbursements, which is up to $15,000. It just can't be used for like the core services like planning and zoning and legal fees and all of that fun jazz.
And you get 2 of those up to the $15,000. So that one's a little different. So you can either do one application that's that full 15, or you can do, one that's 5 and one that's
10. And we used that for our shoreland standard when that was going through last year. So just for some context.
On your impact funds, is that a competitive process where you evaluate all the applications that come in and then select which ones will be funded?
So the way it's working this year is we have everything will close on September 24th. Then we bring them to our advisory council and we weeded through, picked out the ones that are ineligible, stuff like that. And then it's going to go into a lottery draw. So it'll be 2 rounds. So that way it's more equitable. I mean, we're not picking out whose project's more important. If you've received impact funds last year, you would be in the second round of the lottery draw. Those that did not receive impact funds last year would be first round.
So it's a random drawing?
It's a random draw.
Yeah, but it is that needs based. So the advisory council, we're going to do that kind of first initial review of just making sure it's eligible. Our funding portal takes care of a lot of that, but making sure that you're a member of Sourcewell, that you don't have an outstanding impact fund report, things like that. But then they're also, the advisory council, when they meet, they're going to look and see if it's truly a basic need. So if it's equipment, technology, repairs to existing facilities, things that you need to operate as your core function of government. So like was mentioned, we've helped, repair roofs and buy laptops for entities that don't have them and things like that. So we have had in the past, the advisory council has reviewed applications where people have applied for things and they're like, well, this isn't a basic need. You have 4 of them and you're asking for your 5th. But like, that's not a basic need. We're really looking to fund those. So one thing we tell people in their project description is explain why it's a basic need for your entity. Why is this something that, you're lacking or that you need to operate your core function? Does that help?
Yeah, and when would a project under the impact fund have to be completed? Is there a completion date?
Within a year of the agreement being signed. So all that documentation would be sent to whoever applies, like Brett.
So with this application closing on the 24th, the advisory council is going to meet in October. Legal agreements would be sent out. So it's really how fast is that legal agreement signed by everybody? Probably looking at a November, December timeframe of when you
Or
get
a
that
year
fund.
from then?
So a year from then.
Amy, was it?
Yes.
So this pool, just for clarity's sake, and the random draw, the first tier, second tier, type of, on average, over the years, how many names or how many entries, or however we want to classify them, are we sort of say competing against? 10 of them in there, 30 of them in there, like?
So this is the first year that we've split it. So the first year we changed impact funding to being this basic needs based, we had about 38 applicants. We funded 22 of them. Last year we had probably 46. Does that sound about right? And over that course, we had increased our budget, so we were able to fund all of them. I see our numbers growing again this year, because based on the basic needs, we've seen a lot of growth from townships in the region as well, being interested in the funding. They have lots of basic needs, repairs for roof, lots of townships that don't have plumbing in their town halls and they're using them for voting. So getting that upgraded. We saw a lot of that last year. So I do anticipate a lot more applications coming in, but I see us awarding based off of last year's numbers, maybe 40 again.
Okay.
But like I said, I can see us pushing 60 applications this year.
But I wouldn't want that to discourage you from applying either. If you have something that you think should come forward, absolutely.
Sure. Yeah, no, I just had no point of reference as to how big that
Yeah.
pool is, and so that's helpful. Thank
They,
you.
they didn't announce a set pool of money amount like 3 million or anything.
So the board has some discretion on it. So we typically wait until we've done our drawings and things like that until we announce that, because the board in the past has used some discretion in how many they fund. So just based off of last year, typically we go based off of last year's number. So about that 40 is what we're anticipating to fund this year. And again, it depends on how much people apply for, because the minimum I think is 25,000 and the maximum is at 50. Depends on where people apply. Last year, we had quite a few projects that came in around $30,000 that people requested. But if everybody requests 50,000, it changes those numbers. So that's why we tend to say that for how many awards instead of how much money.
You have one more. This is based on what you said. Let's say a request came in for 50. You evaluated the request. You justify like how you know that is a need. But with all the applicants and us wanting to, touch multiple communities, set, we'll give you 30 of your requested 50. Is there that ever? Do you ever like not negotiate, but do you give fractions of what, or is it like, hey, here's your 50, or sorry, we're out of money?
So we don't like look at the applications based on the funding or on how much they're requesting. So we really truly do evaluate it on what is that project description? How is it a basic need? However, I have seen the advisory council in the past, quotes are required for all of the equipment you're going to be purchasing, line items, and they've read through the application, and one application, they were purchasing a bunch of items. And the advisory council went, yep. No, that's not a basic need. And they line itemed a few things. So that reduced it. Or we've also seen, as we're going through that randomizer, fully funded. And then we get to that last one where we only have $30,000 left, but they've requested 50. There is a question on the application that says, if your application were to only be partially funded, would you still continue with this project? That's the reason why. So if that person there said no, you'd say, okay, well, if I want partial funding, we'll go to the next one then. They say, and they say the application was 40,000, and again, we only have the 30,000, but they said, yeah, we'll still continue. We're going to prioritize X, Y, and Z, not do this or whatever it is. Then that one would get funded at that lower amount because they said do it. So don't specifically like negotiate to them like, well, hey, see, you want 50, but what if we give you 30? So, but there are some instances where the advisory council will line item some things that they're like, that's not a basic need, or if we're getting to that last one.
Any more questions on that one at all?
We'll say on any of those funding ones, if it's taking you more than an hour, even a half an hour to fill out that application, call one of us. We don't want this to be time consuming. My other cheat is if you're comfortable with AI, we don't care if you use it to help you write that project description. We encourage it.
ChatGPT.
Exactly. We're looking for 150, 300 words. We don't want a novel. The advisory council reviews all of these. If they're reviewing 60 of them and you write them a novel, they've already forgotten what you asked for. So
I was gonna say, you're not getting any money. They don't like you. Short and sweet and to the point.
right, it's as concise as you can make it, but yet still painting that good picture of your project and why it's in.
Otherwise, if no more questions, I will go to the back side. We do have internship reimbursements as well. We will reimburse $15 an hour for up to 640 hours. There can only be one intern per discipline per semester. Cities are eligible for that. Otherwise, we do have professional education that we offer, as well as networks, which we see Brett at a lot, and it's great.
And Amy,
Um, and then can you speak to the EMS training?
yeah, so we offer EMS training reimbursements for eligible departments. So the police department is eligible, as well as the public works department. The fire department is not eligible, only because we provide funding to MVFTE for funding as well. So those requests for the fire department to get CPR, EMR, EMT training can go through there, and that way they're not affecting funding for others. So different rates depending on law enforcement has a higher rate versus the public works, just because we want to make sure that law enforcement has all the training that they need. So you utilize that in Cat 17? Right. Yes, I believe Amy's utilized the EMS training.
Yes.
And then we have community development services as well.
Steve's here.
Steve's, yeah, I believe Steve's here, right?
I talked to Steve a lot.
Yeah.
And then Sourcewell has cooperative purchasing. You're probably a better one to speak to than I am.
Yeah, so this is what I talked about. So back when the state legislature established the service cooperatives in the state of Minnesota, they gave us 23 kind of programs and services that we could provide to eligible entities for our services. So that's the local government, nonprofits, and education. So with that cooperative purchasing, since it's one of the things we're eligible to do, that's actually how we generate our funding, as well as it's one of the services we provide to our members. So we have over 800 awarded suppliers on contract. And what that means is our procurement team has already gone out and done that RFP process for you guys. So anything that you need to purchase where you would normally have to go out and do an RFP bid for, we've already done that to satisfy your state requirements for it. So you can go on our website, you can search all of our awarded suppliers, reach out to them, say, hey, I'm looking at purchasing whatever it might be. We have everything from pens and Post-it notes to fire trucks. So everything in between. Reach out to them, say, hey, I'd like the Sourcewell price, give them your Sourcewell member number, and they'll give you a Sourcewell price on it. And since you guys are regional members as well, you guys are eligible for a 1% cashback rebate. What that rebate is the administrative fee on that contract. So that's how we generate our revenue. Every one of our awarded contracts has an administrative fee on it, anywhere from 0.5 to 2%, depending on the contract that the supplier pays to us for the use of that contract. Since you are a regional member, we give you guys that administrative fee back. Anybody outside the 5-county region, though, that administrative fee is how we generate our revenue, as well as how we're able to provide these programs to the region. After we're done paying our salaries and keeping the lights on, all of that money that we generate is then reinvested back into the region. Any questions on that?
So you said, excuse me, equipment wise, I know the fire department's due for a new gear next year. So you, obviously you guys have options to go through with.
Yep.
Like the turnout gear.
Structural and Wireland both. Yep. So both of them are on there. You can go and get the Sourcewell price.
So how does that work? So now I know we're talking about doing the FEMA grant or we're applying for one. There's no guarantee that we'll get anything, just like anything in this world. So even if they would get the FEMA grant, would you still be able to go through you guys?
Yeah. It's as long as I don't know if FEMA has any restrictions on the funding, but yeah, you'd be able to pull it up, search turnout gear. I believe we have several awarded suppliers for it. You can get quotes from several of them. So you want the Sourcewell price, and then purchase it through that contract. And one thing I like to say is that we are just an option that going through that Sourcewell contract. I will say I had one entity who was looking for a new Lucas device, and they had gotten a quote. And I said, hey, I'm not seeing, the Sourcewell price or, no, something saying that you got the Sourcewell price on this. It was through Stryker, who's one of our awarded suppliers. They reached back out and they saved $1,800 by just asking for that Sourcewell price. So sometimes it's the cheapest. Sometimes though, like on vehicles, the state contract has a speed every time. Our procurement team has a scoring rubric of about 10 different things. Pricing only makes up about 40%. So we don't do lowest price. That's not how we award our suppliers. We're looking at things like their marketing plan and their depth and breadth of products that they're offering and different things like that. So I do want to make that caveat that we're not a low price, that it only makes up that 40%. So something to keep in mind too, but doesn't hurt to ask for that sourcewell price and see.
Well, so for the FEMA grant, the way to do that would be to get the pricing
Yeah,
and then you know how much stretch grant.
yeah, and that's partly what partly what FEMA requires as well as the whole, what's it cost from head to toe, so.
So it's just an option to
Yeah.
go through their pricing.
And I can give you my card up the door there, but I can, pull it up and give you the list of the vendors that you can reach out to and get those quotes. And, if there's a certain supplier that you have in your mind of brand of gear or
And then just finishing it up here, we do have partner programs. We work with League of Minnesota Cities to do regional safety groups, so that covers your OSHA stuff, correct?
Yep.
OSHA thing.
you're a member of the, I have it off of my head. Either.
Can't think of it either.
Yes, we are.
Like Tri-County or something like that.
Yes, and they do come here and help us out.
And then with the Precision Learning Center, Sourcewell does cover the 100% of the cost for law enforcement, city ambulance, police, fire, public works, highway departments, that kind of stuff.
For do you guys use like wing and plow truck for plowing your streets? So that is one of the courses covered at the Minnesota Highway Safety Research Center. If you wanted to send your public works down there, they do a wing and plow, and they also do an advanced snowplow operators course, I believe, as well. So both of those are covered at 100% of the cost. Law enforcement can go down and do their evac and pit, as well as the fire departments can go down and do it. 100% of the costs are covered by Sourcewell. It is terrifying, but I don't do it every day for a living, so. So firefighter training reimbursements, this is that partnership with MBFT, the Minnesota Board of Firefighter Training and Education I was talking about. So we provide, so the state already provides dollars on a per firefighter basis to the fire departments. We provide additional dollars on top of that for our region specifically. So any dollars that you do above and beyond what MBFT covers, Sourcewell has additional dollars there per firefighter for the departments to utilize as well. So that's why, like for that EMS training reimbursement, we have you go through MBFT just because we're already providing those dollars specifically for the fire department. The Peace Officers Accredited Training Online program is for law enforcement. So that's just online training that they can use to get their credits. And then iCloud is only for the sheriff's office, so it's not.
That was a lot of good information.
Any questions, just reach out and get answers. So,
Questions while we're still here.
Really appreciate you guys coming. We know a little about Sourcewell, but now we know a lot more about it.
Yeah.
Good. Yep, very informative.
Yeah, well, let us know if you have any questions. And like was mentioned, a few of those funding programs do have those September 24th deadlines, and impact specifically requires a resolution from the council. So something to keep in mind if you are going to be applying for it, to make sure you get that resolution, because it has to be included as part of the application to be complete. That is one reason applications tend to get thrown out as ineligible, is people are missing those resolutions from the governing body, and minutes are not a substitute. It has to be the resolution.
So we'd have to do that at our next meeting if we have an impact.
Yeah, a lot of the department heads are here for that purpose exactly tonight, to the council's consensus on their requests.
You ready, Mark?
That's it.
All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. 14th July regular council meeting minutes. We will clerk deputy clerk pending clerk academy, search Columbus Day, the day after Thanksgiving. Already got anything on the minutes?
Yeah.
We're good for July 14th. All right, moving to clerk's academy, we got a action item on that. Motion is to approve the clerk and deputy clerk for attending the training at $250 per person. September 4th and 5th, that'd be for Kelly and Brett. There's information in your packet on it. Like a good program.
That was this Clerks Academy that was attached to this. I didn't see the dates 4 and 5 September on here. It's August 19th.
Well, those are the dates, September 4 and 5. I only put just the one pager on here. There's another page to it, but it's, well,
September 4th and 5th.
yeah,
And it's in Staples.
yeah, at Sourcewell.
Get a motion to approve the clerk and deputy clerk to attend this training for $250 per person.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign. I'll do that. I'll turn it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is an old one. Dang.
We got the action item. The staff request to substitute the day after Thanksgiving for Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples' Day as recognized paid holiday for this year only.
It says it's for this year only. But now it magically is appearing inside of the proposed personnel policy at 7.50 is the location.
We haven't approved personnel policy.
I understand.
Personnel policy would be for 26.
I understand, but I'm just relating here.
This motion is just for this year.
Doesn't look like it's so temporary as it's presented in the.
It's temporary until the personnel policy is approved.
And personnel policy should say that it's
It's a yearly,
a yearly ask. It's not permanent.
and it's not an extra holiday, it's just replacing one with the other.
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the switch?
I will drive X amount of hours on Thursday to go and spend time with my family, and then, well, I got to be back here for work the next day, so I'm driving right back. And I think it's just a little easier if everyone gets their 4-day holiday and they can have Thanksgiving Thursday and not have to worry about coming into work on Friday.
Most people either travel or have people in for Thanksgiving, not Columbus Day, so it's more of a, makes more sense for most people to.
Well, I understand that. That was my life when I worked, and Friday was a work day. Just the way it is.
I mean, are we in discussion?
Well, let's have a motion in a second before we do any more discussion. That's how it's supposed to operate.
Yeah. So move.
Bill, you're gonna move it? In a second.
Second.
Now is there more discussion?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in light of this, I mean, if we here as council have the liberty to rearrange a schedule to better accommodate our employees and personnel, it's not illegal or it's not immoral, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have the green light, assuming it passes. And I say, let's be mindful of holidays and capitalize on times where we can extend our family getaways, family visits. So I know I sympathize with you. Like, well, hey, I had to do this for so many years, but maybe nowadays we have the opportunity to rearrange things. We're not adding, taking away, we're just switching.
Nowadays, are you saying I come from the settler era?
I don't know.
Well, and there is no cost involved.
Yeah, it's just a kind of a lateral move, you know, to me, it's more mainstream, kind of making sense to accommodating.
Brett, do you know if like do other cities do that, like administration, where their switch, or is it just kind of city by city, or
Yeah, I can't cite examples. I do know that, other cities do this. I frequently talk to, the five, and I'm pretty sure that Royalton does this as well, but
Who does?
Royalton, but, I can't cite you an example.
yeah? No, I was just if you're, I didn't know, I don't need specific cities. I was just curious if other cities have generally said, yeah, we'll switch out holidays for, so, but no,
Yeah, no,
if you
I-
have, that's, and I trust you. I just curious if that's how,
Yeah, no, I don't make this stuff up. I
Yeah.
mean, this was a great idea that someone told me about, and I'm like, hey,
yeah.
let's socialize with the staff. They did.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that follow-up question too. Is there like a vote or some sort of a poll or?
Well, during our Tuesday syncs, specifically, last week, I brought this up. I have all the department heads here, around the table. And, I asked them point blank, is this gonna be a problem? And it's not.
So everybody was favorable?
Very favorable, yeah.
Yeah. So
Well, I can certainly see where it make it a lot easier for you to travel to Latvia during that holiday.
I've been on an airplane enough.
Well, I think in the general public, the day after Thanksgiving is the worst attended work day of the year.
Yeah.
Because everybody's traveling with family or has family from out of town and doesn't want to have to go to work. Some do, some don't, but
That's Black Friday.
yeah, Black Friday too.
and not, this should be a variable, but you know, the production level of employees that actually do show up.
Right.
Is gonna be on the
Minimal.
low side.
Yeah.
Mid at best. So they might be here, but I'm not sure you're gonna want them here.
Not in the city of Monaga, sir. Okay.
Oh, that I have no issues with it.
I'll go back to what I said. I think it's accommodating. I think it's just coming alongside the employees if they're all favorable of it, you know, those that it would benefit. You know, I want it, you know, like in my situation, I think why not?
That close to end of month, does that present any issues, billings that have to go out? Water bills that need to be generated, any kind of issues at all?
No, it's not gonna create any.
People manage the town. All right, we got a motion by Bill, second by Keith. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Both same sign.
I,
Passes 3-1. Public hearings, we have none. Question minutes. We're in the new business.
Gentlemen, you'll find the updated resolution. I did have a couple donations that came in Friday, and that's after I published the packet, so, I'm gonna read it. Whereas is resolution 2025-18, a resolution accepting donations. Whereas the city of Monaga gratefully acknowledges the following donation for the support of the PLM Lake Weed Control, $542.36 from the Spirit Lake Association. Whereas the city of Monaga gratefully acknowledges the following donation in support of the Monaga Fire Department request to purchase chairs and tables, and that's $2,000 from the Gateway Lions Club. Whereas the city of Monaga gratefully acknowledges the following donation in support of the Monaga Police Department, that's $2,000 from Sourcewell. Whereas these contributions help support community engagement and recreational opportunities in Monaga. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Monaga, Minnesota, that the donations described above are hereby accepted with sincere appreciation. Adopted by the City Council of the City of Monaga, Minnesota, this day, the 11th day of August, 2025.
Motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And found resolution carries 14. Amy, come on up. was another busy month.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, so we had 193 calls from July 10th to August 7th. Does anyone have any questions on that calls?
It's it was
Peaceful.
peaceful.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was a good midsummer. We only had the one arrest on Friday night, and then it was good the rest of the.
What is a special service?
We've discussed this before. So special service detail is pretty much any call that is at the request, something extra that we're doing. Say we do something extra in the community, such as like if I go to the school for lunch, school isn't in session right now, but I stop in there, hang out with the kids. If we have complaints on various areas around town, say stop sign complaints, speeding complaints, we'll do a call for service to document that we're in that area, what times we're in that area, to prove that we're doing it based off of people's complaints, stuff like that. It's kind of,
Funeral accompaniment.
no, that would be traffic control. It covers a wide variety of things.
And anything that doesn't have a label.
Do you find where? It was.
Mhm.
Okay.
Took like 15 minutes. No,
It's lucky the big find it later.
we have not found the runaway pig yet. I don't know where it went. Hopefully it's out of town by now, I guess. Okay, citations, our state citations, we had 1 speed, 2 driving after revocation, 1 no proof of insurance, and 1 5th-degree assault. Our administrative citations, we had 1 speed and 2 dog running at large. And then our 1 arrest was with midsummer days or for probation violation. See the mileage on the squads. Miscellaneous information, I submitted our training reimbursement to the post board. That's something standard that we do every year. Should be getting just over $7,100 back. Our digital speed sign that feels like it's been gone forever. It is here. Public Works will get that installed when they have a spare moment. I did submit 5225.90 to the insurance company. I'm just waiting on 1 more paid invoice for the cement that we just got last week. Once I have it indicating that it's paid, I will send that to the insurance as well, and then I think we'll get that money back from the driver's insurance.
So go back out on 87.
71.
Right by
South of
St.
town.
Ergo.
Huh?
Yeah, right by St.
St.
Ergo.
Ergo.
Oh.
This is the Erho one that it's been gone all summer. So hopefully, we shouldn't have any issues getting the money back. The guy just indicated we were waiting for the last one and then they'll submit a check.
I wrote that check today, so.
Excellent. Yeah.
What is the backstory there? Was it at night? Was it drunk driving? Like how did?
No, somebody fell asleep. It was in the morning, wiped it out over the weekend. Yeah, it's just been a very long, drawn out process as far dealing with insurance. Some of them are great. Some of them, we just deal with what we get here. As Brett had indicated for the donations, I had applied for the boost funds through Sourcewell for $2,000. That was awarded. I'm going to use it to purchase handgun ammo, rifle ammo, or 40 millimeter less lethal ammo, taser cartridges, and a paper shredder. So I did get the handgun ammo and the 40 millimeter less lethal last week, and then the paper shredder showed up today. So the other stuff is ordered, it just hasn't arrived yet. And then I'm specifically here tonight to discuss some changes I would like to see in our abatement process. I think, as you guys know, and I did speak with planning and zoning last week about this, it seems like if our abatement process is not something that's quick by any means, if we follow kind of what we have in the ordinance now, the one property that's been the biggest issue for us is the one that's down on 10th Street. I've been working on that since June of 2023. The homeowner finally has sentencing on Wednesday. And I believe part of the sentencing order is that the property is to be cleaned up in a week. That doesn't guarantee it's gonna be cleaned up in a week. It's pretty much if they don't follow the agreement, I believe then they're in contempt. And then we can arrest them if we get them to answer the door, and this could just drag on and on. So I reached out to some other police departments, and I found out that the way Wadena Police Department does theirs is the same way that Ferndale has now started doing theirs, and the city of Stables. If you look at, did you guys get copies of?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got this from the sergeant in Wadena. And he also attached what their ordinance is, which allows them to basically identify the property. He will go to the property, meet with them, go over this checklist, indicate when they met with them, and then give them a date and time for it to be in compliance. If the property's not in compliance in that designated time frame, I mean, a lot of it is, you can be lenient with people. Their ordinance says 14 days, but obviously, like if we run into something like we have down on 10th Street, we're going to be realistic and be like, hey, let's see some progress in 14 days and let's try to move this along. The ultimate goal of this change that I would like to see is to speed our process along, because what we're doing now, and I believe you council members and mayor, you can probably also agree that there's repeated complaints on properties when the ball's already rolling to try to get some kind of resolution with this. And anybody who's dealt with the criminal system before knows that it's not fast. So I would like to see some changes on that in order to allow us to, or I should say the police department, to be able to kind of make this move a little bit quicker. I did type up an ordinance. I sent it to Brett this afternoon. There's still some tweaking that needs to be done on it, but if everyone agrees on it, I think the next step would be to send it to our city attorney, civil, to make sure that they're in agreement with it. And hopefully by next spring, it's something that we could get started on.
Can you give us a rundown of the changes you want to see?
Yeah, if you look at this pretty much our existing abatement procedure, there's nothing quick about it. Everything, like the property, we have to go to council. Well, you guys know as well as I do, if we meet once a month, it's still going to be drug out forever. This form, if you read through it, it indicates that, hey, this is what needs to be. And I mean, we can amend this to any way we want, but I think this pretty much sums it up. And then you're ordered to make these within X amount of days. If it's a huge project, we're going to be lenient, give them more days. If it's not, if it's something small, I could say, hey, you got a week to clean this up. It's going to be a case by case basis. We go to the property, say after the amount of days we've given them, it's not cleaned up. The ordinance that I attached on here indicates that this gives us then the authority to get the property cleaned up ourselves. But we would need to make those changes to our ordinance.
So we would just be putting this in our chapter 92.
Yes.
That's what we got highlighted in yellow for the immediate abatement.
Yeah, so, and that's our ordinance reads now that we can only do an immediate abatement is if there's some kind of imminent serious hazard to human life or safety. Well, I mean,
Change the wording.
yes,
To legal.
yeah,
So with this change, basically, if I hear you right, the thesis of it, that you would like the council to thus empower local law enforcement to expedite this process at your discretion. Well, I mean, within structured policy,
Correct.
without having to check in on every step. We just say, okay, you know what to do, go do it.
correct. And this does, if you guys look through this does give, just because I go out and I tell somebody that they have to have their property cleaned up in X amount of days, they still have a right to appeal this with the city council. They would have to come to the city council meeting and explain why. And then you guys would be the ultimate deciding factor. And if you agree with me or if you agree with them and kind of what the plan is. So just because I go out there and determine it to be a nuisance property doesn't mean that that's what we're going to do.
Well, this from Wadena has been through their legal, I'm sure.
Yes.
And
Yep. Yep. He told me just make sure your council and your city attorney is on board with it.
And this is because this residence, this plot of land or whatever is out there is within the city limits.
Yeah.
That's why this can be.
Yes.
So if they were just outside, then it's more of a county.
I would tell people, if you want to have all your goodies, your collectible, I mean, I'm fine with that, but you can't live in city limits and have all of this stuff.
And did they say what if they, I think isn't there, if the city clears it up, there's a fee for it?
Yep, that's all on here
I
too.
couldn't remember.
Yep, it's all on here too, and underneath the copy, or letter H, it talks in here that the city cleans it up, you're billed for my time, you're billed for, say, Public Works does it. And that all you have to pay it, otherwise it goes on to your taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have the option of, they have to collect their property within 2 weeks. They can have that back, but it can't go back to their property. They would have to find a place to put it outside of city limits. If they don't pick it up, we have a right to sell that property and try to get some of the costs back to put towards, and I know Sabika's done that before too with that property right on 71. They cleaned it up and had an auction of everything.
If we didn't get our money back out of it, we can assess it to the property.
Correct. So that was just something I wanted to put out there, food for thought. I think it would help us a lot. I don't want to say Public Works, here you go, here's a mess we get to clean up, because I think, if it's a small job, that's reasonable. If it's something it's going to take a whole day, we can't pull them from that. That would be, we could hire somebody to come in and do that. We just have to have a place to store it. And the sergeant at the PD said, when they bring the dumpsters in, he determines what's junk and what's not junk. Some of that stuff I think is obvious. Some of it, you always err on the side of caution that what's your junk might not be mine. And
Valuable.
Correct.
or something.
Correct.
So there is a time period you mentioned that it's untouched, it's brought off the property in
we
dumpster.
store it. Yep. And we store it for 2 weeks. And if they don't pick it up in those 2 weeks, then we can either sell it or dispose of it.
I see, that's when the sorting happens.
Yep.
Still under a cost to them, meaning, or if we hire an outside agency to come in there and to remove it off the property. Now it's this time period, okay, this grace period. When that is expired, they no longer own it.
If they don't pick it up within 2 weeks. Yep.
So we wouldn't then charge them for the labor of somebody to sort through their stuff. At that part, that's where it's our expense, hoping to.
We will
regain
not
some.
have any expenses at all.
If they're gonna pick it up, they would have to pay for
Yeah.
that before they can pick it up.
Yes, they get nothing back until stuff is paid for.
If they don't pick it up, to recoup our costs, we can sell it. We don't recoup all of our costs, we assess it to their taxes for the following year. So we get our money back one way or another.
This process will move along a lot faster than kind of waiting for the court and what we're dealing with now.
It's not a priority for the criminal court.
No, and I mean, this was set for jury trial for, I don't know how many times, jury trial for a misdemeanor nuisance property. So
Said 2023.
June of 2023 is when I started on it.
So 2 years later now.
Yeah.
So what I would be looking for here is a consensus to whether we move this forward to the city attorney once we get the language cleaned up. And then when it comes back, we would actually approve the ordinance. So we just need a consensus today whether to.
That makes, if we would need a motion, I'll make. Yeah.
What
Or
do you think?
I think that putting the ability to do what needs to be done into the hands of Amy is the right thing to do. And why, let's not slow the department down by having to constantly come back here.
Green light, yeah.
All right, I'm for it. So move it forward with the city attorney. Language all clear, and then as soon as you get it back, we can bring it to council for.
Do we want to come right to council or you want to go past planning and zoning one more time?
We can do it through planning and zoning. It'll just be an amendment to our chapter 92, so it isn't a new ordinance, it's just amending
Oh, okay.
existing.
Works.
But yeah, we can bring planning and zoning and then to the council. We could have that done next month if the lawyers.
Well, I haven't really given them too much, so.
Well, and honestly, when snow flies, that's kind of, we're done with it anyway.
Like you said, as long as we have it by spring.
Yeah.
All right.
Amy, can you just touch on, the cannabis ordinance, please? And
Yeah, so this has kind of been in the works, and then I think it just kind of got put to the back burner, but we're looking at finally finalizing our cannabis ordinance. It was brought to my attention when we dealt with this out in the community. We had children walking around smoking THC vapes. There's no law that, like, the state of Minnesota pushed this out without verifying or making sure that there were some rules and that applied to kids using these, and there's nothing. So I think we need to do our due diligence and have an ordinance as a city that kind of helps us out here a little bit. If we have kids smoking weed walking around town, we're able to do something about it instead of telling people, hey, we can't do nothing. They can just smoke weed in Monaga.
What do you recommend?
Did you guys get a copy of this one?
We did, we have that planning and zoning. Also, we have that cannabis ordinance that we're gonna be looking at. We haven't finalized it yet. And this will be added into that to cover the minors.
Yeah, this basically,
She's recommending.
so it basically, which I believe is probably already in it, but it identifies the THC product. And then, it talks in here about prohibited acts, possession or use by minors. It's unlawful for anyone to possess, consume, or use any THC product within the city of Monaga. That also includes purchasing or attempt to purchase. And then it talks about it's unlawful to do so. And then, the exemption is if you're under 21 and you have direct supervision of a medical personnel that's allowing you to have medical marijuana. And it says if you're caught in violation of this, it's a petty misdemeanor. A violation of the ordinance is a petty misdemeanor punishable by administrative fine of $75. And it gives us the authority to seize the items that they have.
Within the cannabis ordinance, is it possible to put a prohibition against anybody smoking weed on city property?
It already is.
I was gonna
Is
say,
it
we already,
already in there?
You can't smoke weed.
Yeah.
State.
that's already
You can't
done.
do it in public. You can't do it anywhere publicly. That's
Yeah.
private property.
But the problem is there's no law with minors. So that's what I was looking for. If we can add just some wording in there that if you're under 21, you can't use it. Right now, it's not a problem. Like if the kids, well, it is a problem if the kids are in school smoking THC vapes. There's a statute that covers that because I think it's like the Clean Air Act. So we can cite them if they're in school. We can't do anything about it if they're walking on the streets doing it. So,
That's why we need the ordinance.
Define public versus private. So if somebody is in their privately owned vehicle, but they're on city street, consuming whatever,
That would,
how does that work?
that would fall under like the,
Under the.
similar like a DWI or,
yeah, that's how, I mean,
Whether they're driving or even a
Yeah,
passenger, but they're sitting there ripping a,
yeah.
THC
And yeah, we're able to do stuff like that, DUI stuff, or just, well, we're running into minors that have too much on them because it's legal now, so we can do it underneath the possession. But just simply somebody having a THC vape or just a small amount, there's nothing that law enforcement can do.
Here's a question for you, Amy. For cannabis use and stopping a driver. Is there a test to administer like alcohol blowing the tube kind of thing? Is
So,
there a test to administer?
so the state hurried up and legalized this before they had anything. I know there was some mouth swabs that were in the testing phase. The biggest thing is though, and I think a lot of people get confused, it's impairment is impairment, whether it's alcohol or it's THC or drugs. We can stop people and we can smell it. It's not illegal to possess it, but we still have to see some sort of impairment before we can take anything any further.
So do you do a sobriety test if you smell marijuana, then you do like a typical sobriety test?
Yeah, and you'd have to see some kind of impairment, but with some people, it's like alcohol. You can drink a case of beer and be a 4.0 and still be functioning fine. With alcohol, that's the tricky part with this. So if you have impairment, you have to have impairment before you take it any further.
Is sufficient of impairment that'll elevated pupils, does that count?
That's
Yeah.
one. If it's sunny out and your pupils are huge, that's gonna be a sign.
the bloodshot,
Yeah.
bloodshot eyes, the
Just have
pupil,
to
there
have
are so
Yeah.
signs the same as, similar to alcohol impairment. And then when you see that, then you can take them out for field
I mean,
sobriety
it's no different,
tests.
like you can have an adult that has an open container of weed in their vehicle. You can't have an open container. So,
So what kind of field test do you administer for?
you do the same field test. Just-
So balance.
That's the same.
Just like with alcohol?
Yeah, and then then you, instead of bringing them down to the jail for a breath test, you take them to the hospital for a blood or a urine.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you can send it off to the BCA.
And if they refuse to give it, that'd be like alcohol, when they refuse to give it. It's automatic, guilty.
Correct. Well, refusal to test is a crime. It's an automatic crime if you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Starts ripping it. Now he's the public.
So that's my thoughts. I think we need to do something with minor consumption, possession, use in the city of Monaca.
Your proposal, has that been reviewed by Brett and the attorney, or are you wanting that?
Not
to
the
move forward?
attorney, we brought it to
Planning and zoning.
last week, and then we figured here, and then that'll go through the
Send it to
process.
the, yeah, send it
We get the
to,
wording all cleaned up.
Yeah.
We'll get it presented to the lawyer.
have them review
Lawyer
it.
says it's all good. He'll come back to us at planning and zoning again. We'll recommend it, it'll come to the council.
Is the petty misdemeanor fine of $75 the most that you can do under law?
We talked about that. I'll have to look, because that's set under statute,
How about multiple convictions, they get one,
not for ordinance stuff. That would be criminal.
when they get to the court will look at
The
that.
court does stuff like that.
Question two on more, just trying to wrap my brain around all this.
Did you think THC?
You want some?
All the different, will it help me understand?
Probably not.
No.
You'll mellow you out.
Um, so it's not 18, it's 21, is that, okay? So there's a 20-year-old walking downtown with the big old mod around his neck. Whether he's ripping on it or not, you can't just walk around
You
like
can't
that.
still have you in possession of it.
Possession, so use, possession, can't purchase, attempt to purchase, so it's kind of just hands off.
Right.
Now, one follow up to this and then I'll pass the baton, but how does one know that, do they dispense medicinal marijuana by way of vapes or no? You know what I'm saying? They obviously THC vapes,
Well,
but like,
I mean, I could say that, in Wadena, I have stopped in the store and I've talked to this guy when I go there to get my tobacco. And I've talked to him, and if you're over 21, you can be like, I want maple glaze marijuana vape. Here you go, sir.
yeah,
Thank you kindly, on your way.
And I will tell you, there's a lot of
It's
people that
that
have the medical like you're supposed to go to get this official medical marijuana. A lot of people just go buy it wherever and they're like, oh, I got a card. And yeah, you get it wherever. As long as you have a card,
they can come in any form, gummies or
That-
whatever.
I don't know.
That's what I'm wondering.
that I don't-
What justifies the medical versus? it just
That
means it's
would
permitted?
be a call down to the state of Minnesota and ask them what
I
they.
They call this stuff,
Yeah.
low potency, right? But just because it's, that's your 3-2 beer, you drink enough of those, guess what?
Right.
So.
Let's look.
Yeah.
And then wait 30 minutes when it kicks in.
So the same for this as we did for the nuisance ordinance. We have consensus to
Yeah.
change the language, move it forward to the
I'd say move it
legal.
forward.
Yeah.
And then it'll come back to planning and zoning and to the council, and then we'll have to have, this one we'll have to have public hearing on because it's a new ordinance.
Correct.
Apparently you can get them in Minnesota law, gummies, tablets, capsules, liquids, and lozenges.
Well, we can get going.
What's the medical?
North Mount Spirit.
I'm
I didn't know.
surprised. I thought you'd have to go to a pharmacy to get it.
No.
No,
No, you have
really,
to
I
go-
did.
You have to go to
Medical.
this, there's, last I heard,
Where'd you
St.
find
Cloud
it?
and Fargo. There's people that just don't want to drive that far, so they go to Uncle Bob's over in the wherever and get some weed.
See what I don't know.
All right, so we'll move that forward to legal.
Super. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Have a good evening.
Hey, got a report from Brian. It's not here, Brian.
No, it's not.
We have a good month this month, July. He's read his little report, or you want us to read it?
Bruised it, yeah.
Ralph showed me a picture the other day at the VFW of a tree at the campground that came down right on top of a Class A motorhome.
Yes, sir. That was, last Monday, I think? Huge storm blew through? Yeah, crazy.
Looked like a bird. Down on, right square in the middle on top of the Class A.
Yeah, I think he spent the whole day, doing cleanup around the city, if I recall. There's a lot of stuff that came down, especially in Monaga, because on my drive up from Wadena, as soon as I got to Sabika, all of a sudden trees on the side of the road are down, so,
Are the swim lessons now over?
last day is Friday.
Right.
Mhm.
How many did she end up with?
I don't have,
Did she have any open slots or did she fill up?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think there might have been one slot left over. I think we were a full house. We had a lot
How
of.
many kids did that?
Uh,
So like 35 kids?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know off the top of my head.
It was a success anyway.
It absolutely was. Yeah.
And when are the lifeguards done?
15.
Laura has a question.
Well, has anybody ever mentioned the lighting in the campground for night at nighttime? Like any of the campsites, or we had a class reunion there for Friday night and it was 10 o'clock, it was dark, and after 10 when we left. Well, we're supposed to be out there by 10. Whoops, they shut us down.
Close the.
Anyway, it was really dark and, I know there was a couple that were camping there. You know, the classmates were camping in the campgrounds, but they had to walk back. I mean, nobody's ever said anything. I mean, we've been in several campgrounds and there's some walkway. It's usually,
Have a flashlight?
well, there's usually.
We want to maintain our rustic charm, okay? I want to.
People don't like, cause it's like, I guess they said at the far side of the campground, it was there's one light that's very bright, but maybe that's night, they like it, I don't know.
Well, that's.
No, I've never had.
The campers don't want the light. They complain if we put lights in.
Are there walk paths in the campground?
Well, there's a
It's
walk
kind of across
in the campground itself, it's the roads.
But you get to the, if someone would use.
Because I'm thinking if there's a walk path, that one solution could be those
Nobody
little
said
solar.
anything.
That you drive.
Put them right on the, put them right on the post, the campsite post, just put lights there, something like.
For the winter.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
the-
And
I wonder
they're
if-
solar towers.
Can we have Brian?
Come on.
Just something, no, just something like little lights where you can put on the post. Just something, little lights, just to light up the campsite.
Almost over.
For next year, no.
Is it a path that they're wanting lit? Or is
No.
it each site?
Take
so
it
that-
just on the road, so it lights up kind of the
I don't,
road area.
not said maybe there's some lights out, but.
Well, she was saying in the bathroom, there was.
So to the bathroom, and there's lights in front, but nothing, like someone was trying to go, and she didn't have a flashlight with her, cause she was going at it from the.
I'll have to check the one, because there's 2 lights over top the bathroom doors, the lady in the men's,
Yeah, those lights were on,
and then the ones on the front of the building.
so up on the front of the building, and then on the back side, there's like, it was dark.
Oh.
I'd say just look, I'd say let's next year look
I
into
don't know if we get up.
some solar lights. and
Yeah, I
stuff.
would think having some of those solar lights that
Even just put them on the.
you
the
buy them
campsite
and
post.
they no cost beyond that, then that would give a path
For
for
next year.
people to walk.
Trying to look at it. Okay.
That's a good point.
Thanks, Laura.
Good idea.
Then the other thing was the St. Erho flag. So Derwin had called me about this. He had a gal brought it up to him. They'd like to put up a finished flag down there by St.
By St. Earl?
And it's like we do St. Erho's Day. It's a finished thing. I had no problem with it. Well, then I got to thinking, our flagpole down there is behind trees. From the highway, you don't see it at all. You can't tell there's a flag there. So my thought would be to get nice telescopic poles instead of the old steel ones with the cable. And get a 25-footer. We can hang the American flag, POW flag, and then get a 20-footer. Then on each side of St. Erho over there, we could have them out where people can see them. We would take care of the big pole and then we could.
Kind of that.
Yeah,
That's all
the
walking
side gas
path,
goes
yeah.
up on the outsides of those, we could do that, put solar lights on them or aim some lights up at them.
Yeah.
They have, those type of poles do have a little kit you buy for doing half mast. But we can still do that with a telescopic. They're aluminum, they last forever. I put 3 of them in at 3 different houses I've had. They're just the way to go, in my opinion. Easy to put in.
easy to change the rope on when the rope wears out.
No rope, telescope.
That's what you want a motion to use the telescope.
Yeah, they're much better flagpole.
Do you want a motion to move forward with it or do you want
We
to?
don't have any costs yet. It's something that came up and I think we should get them
Get the cost
researching the
and then come
costs
back.
and then come back at the next
Brian,
meeting.
let Brian search it.
Yeah, I
Yeah, we do it. We'd want to do a 25-foot pole for the American flag, so it's up higher, and then a 20-foot pole for the auxiliary.
So comment on that, I'm just. So for the record, in case you don't know, but I'm not from Monaga, though we've been here. 10 years working at the school, but nevertheless, I understand that this is the land of the Finn. Okay, so I'm not naive of that. However, I think, let us not get carried away. Making sure that trees are trimmed so that, the American flag can fly freely. That's paramount. But my initial response, without being hard and feathered and ran out of town, okay, is that I don't know if a city municipality should fully endorse one nationality so much so that we are celebrating its flag, because believe it or not, there are other people that live here, are residents and pay taxes and work here and raise their families here and that are not Finnish. So at what point can I put my nationality flag to represent? And I'm only saying this, like I said, I'm not going to die on this hill. I just want us to not get so closed-minded and rah, because most of the history and tradition is such. So celebrate it. It's tradition. It's your tradition if it's your tradition. But I don't, you know what I mean? That's maybe a little bit. It's all in goodwill. It's all in goodwill, but I also want to make sure that we are not getting so where we're going to fly the one and not,
What it comes from is St. Earl. We have a big statue there,
right.
and we celebrate St. Earl Day here in Monaga.
Sure.
That's where why the request
Right.
came.
No, and I hear that, and I can see where one would follow the other. And like I said, it's all in goodwill. I don't think there's anything malicious about the request. That's why I say, I just want to throw that out there as a consideration to make sure that
We could consider it doesn't fly all year round. Maybe it only flies.
During
And
the
they do say,
bingo, right? Because if you go that direction and have it, even if it's year round, I'm not going to complain. I'm just trying to be an equal voice piece for everybody in the city that makes this place home that maybe are not from,
We get where we can just get the one flag where you can put the American flag and then
that's how
Yeah,
those,
they're
that's how those posts are made.
just the one, get just the one pole. So you can put two flags on it.
Right, that's how they're made. And we
Yeah.
can do, if we want to do that, we can do that. We can do the American flag and PWP flag for 11 months out of the year. And in February, we can put the Finn flag under the.
Yeah. That's
If that's what.
whatever you decide, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just want to be a voice piece for the minority.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The thing is that, but Bill's point, that will come up. That will come up is why it was only one flag being represented and not the German flag or the
Want to exercise
Norwegian
that.
flag or Sweden. Yeah.
Well,
So,
that would, I think the good option would be is we only fly in February.
Yeah.
So, you
yeah, that would be fair.
Well, so I'll see like work. We can go be a sister city with someplace in Finland, and then we have more.
we already are, I believe.
No, we're not. I looked on the list. We're not part of the sister city.
Well, I can find one. We just pull some city out and be like, hey, you're gonna be our sister city.
Yeah, there's a lot of
grandma and
Yeah.
there's a lot of work behind it. Is what I'm saying. But that would give the city their out to fly that thing.
So I would say just have Brian.
Yes.
Out a 25-foot telescopic with the half mast kit. Whether he wants to do a solar light or if there's a light down there that they could use that's already on the other flag and just move it over. With power down there.
Because there is a light right in right in front of Cedar Hope. Can we get it where it'd be adjusted just ever so slightly where it would light up both?
They shine on or this will be out front of ways, but we can put it
Oh.
on shining up on.
Yeah,
I know they got power to that.
or bring it up farther and raise it up or whatever.
I'm kind of in agreement with Bill that there are other nationalities that all Monaco home
Yeah,
participate in the life of the community. But I agree with Bill. I mean, it's the Finnish flag goes up and flies year round. It's not gonna stop me from eating lutefisk.
Yeah, right, yeah.
The only thing that stops me from eating lutefisk is the taste.
Right.
So I guess largely I see it as a non-issue, but there is a degree of sensitivity, like you're pointing out, to other people as well. So
Just an awareness.
I like your
So we don't get it in
suggestion, Jody, of
backlash.
compromise of let's fly it the month of February when it's the Saint Yerbo celebration, and that's it.
March, I think it is.
March.
Oh, March.
St. Patty's and
Weekend before
St. Erho's is the
Oh,
same.
that's right.
Yeah, I think it's at the 16th is St. Patty's and the 17th is St. Erho's or vice versa.
Right.
Fly an Irish flag on
There you go. Yeah.
All right, let's take care of that then. Brian can do a little legwork on that.
Yep.
Liquor store, we've got the financials and the report from her. Decent month.
Very decent.
Just an update, you've probably seen it, but the building went up, the roof will be on it tomorrow. They've got some rafters up now, but the roof will be sheeted up tomorrow.
With that, I noticed, I know we awarded it to Hadia
Yep.
and now I see Bill or Brad Carlson.
So what happened
Was the-
was Hadia could not perform before Labor Day.
Okay,
We're trying to get it in operation. I called them up and I said, can you do it? No, we can't. I called a few different people and said, if you can match this price and get it built. And I talked with Durwin, he's on the committee with me. And
okay.
they matched the price. and-
No, there was a few people in town had saw that and they wondered why, or had asked me why Brad was, and nothing against Brad, is they were just wondering why it was changed from Hadia to when we awarded it to
So there's no
Hadia.
extra cost to the project, you're saying?
No, they matched the price. And actually the price came down because the guy that does the coolers said he did not want sheeting on the inside. He did not want insulation. He wants it open so there's more airflow. The cooler itself has got all the insulation it needs. So the cost is gonna be quite a bit lower than what's.
So it's just gonna be the
And
shell of the
when
building.
will the coolers be arriving?
Don't know yet. He's still working on it. I gotta call him. He's on vacation. Be back Wednesday and I'll be on the phone with him
What
Wednesday.
are we gonna do with the old coolers? Just.
Cooler stays. It's
Oh,
not cooler stage. This is an addition. And it'll have
Well, I
another
thought
cooler.
the old
unit.
one was getting rid of because of its antiquity.
Nope, it's just gonna be extended. There'll be a doorway that goes into the new one.
I see.
All be cooled. All the racks will be gone.
And I don't know what you're talking about. I've never set foot in the liquor store in the 8 years I've been here, so
Basically, we're doubling our cooler space by getting rid of all those racks and whatnot, and there won't be stocking. The only thing left stock is 6-packs and the 3 doors. Other than that, it's all stacked. People walk in, they get what they want, come up to the counter.
should make it, a lot.
Way more efficient.
I saw for midsummer that the liquor store did $15,216 of gross revenue, but is there any idea of what the average cost of goods sold were during midsummer, so we can take that off to get down to a gross profit? And then how much was the labor over midsummer, and how much did we spend for music, for bands?
So you're looking for just the midsummer weekend?
I'm just wondering how much we truly made that weekend. You know,
After all
once
expenses.
you start taking off all the expenses, I mean, it looks real good. Gross revenue of 15,000 in 2 days is great. But when you start
Right.
taking everything off, where does that get down to?
Right.
At the VF, we did good too, but you start taking off the expenses and you go, whoa, you know?
You know, ask.
Yeah,
Telling Heather if they can break that down.
yeah, I'll have them tomorrow during our sync and this will be brought up.
Send info, email info.
You can send it out. Would sure appreciate that.
Public work, Ron. Come up since you're here.
Have you come up here too, Justin?
All right.
Have Justin McPherson here from Minnesota Pump kind of go over that information, 87 lift station.
I appreciate you guys, letting me sit down.
What he was doing here, I hope it wasn't for a chip.
So,
Well, I am the guy here to take your money, so. No, Ron, go ahead. I don't,
well,
or do you want me to go? I'll.
You-
Go through your report first and then we'll be up.
well, I'll wait on lift station updates till later. Generator updates. Okay, I got a handout from Cummins here. There. Here. For our generator, just update on that. They did the oil change, they did the service. So just go over the notes on the bottom here. So kind of, I can read through the whole note. Not to really go to site or anything. So they did the fuel filters filled with brand new 15W40 oil, leading service ran generator up temperatures, grab numbers off display. After grabbing numbers, place unit back into auto point of contact. So I went out to talk to them about the high pressure pumps in the water treatment facility. We're having a problem with when being connected to genset power, high pressure pumps were spun down all the way and were being powered back on before being still. Need to have them come back out with the proper programming, program a longer transition into the transfer switch. So that guy didn't bring the correct instrument to go into the program of the generator. It needs to be put on a 1.5 minute wind down time because it's just tries tripping that pump right back on again too fast. And that's what's setting off.
So they'll program it and it won't cost us anything because.
Correct, because they didn't actually bring the right information to
Did the
begin
guy
with.
say when you thought he'd come back?
He'll get a hold of me. He didn't give me an exact set date. But I'm keeping in contact with him too, so.
Good.
And then I did talk to In Control, so if this rampant and stuff doesn't happen and do what it's supposed to with changing the program, In Control can show up and put a relay in it, which will be an extra transfer switch to hold off a certain amount of time before it's gonna want everything in the plant to get back.
And that'll fix the problem.
Yes, so that's if this
Doesn't work.
doesn't work
I would
correctly.
think that would, though. It gives it a 1.5 minutes. Your pumps are gonna be spun down. They'll be completely.
Yeah, because it's only a 30-second right now,
So it's just too
so
short.
it's just too short. And then Sourcewell, I did have that information about the lawnmower there.
Yep.
Then there is a 2015 Bobcat T770, it's a track unit, has 3,341 hours with a dirt bucket for 35,000.
And this is in reference
I
to,
did.
the 40,000, 25% match.
Correct.
Because we're gonna apply the 50,000 to the roof, and that's the impact funds. And then we figured, between Ron and Ron can have this grant then.
There's nothing in here on the,
I just got the information for the skid steer, kind of just jotted it down. I had it in a message. I didn't,
that's 5,000.
yeah,
And that'd be through which program?
that is,
40K, 25 match, so.
Do the Sourcewell.
Yeah, Sourcewell, but
Yes.
it's through that 40,000 program.
Ron, I'm not against this. Is there a reason why you want a track machine over a wheel machine? Just out of curiosity.
be able to do the beach sand
Okay,
and a lot of the dirt work out at the
the campground.
campground. We're trying to do the lots out there and everything, having a tire such situation, it's just not gonna.
'Cause I know you guys use it a lot in the winter time, so that's why I was just.
Well, we do have that smaller
You're gonna
one
keep- okay,
that
keep
we
that
still
one.
can use for
Okay.
sweeping.
Okay.
This one will be a
In
deal.
addition,
an addition, so we'll be able to use this one also for a snow blower
Yeah,
for future aspects.
okay.
And then.
No, I was just, yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
the high
curious.
flow.
So it's saying to me, a track vehicle would be much easier to go through the snow than a wheeled vehicle.
They don't get any traction.
No,
They
the
fly all over.
Oh,
Yeah.
do they?
wheel machine in the winter time for
I was
snow
thinking that-
removal is,
I was thinking in terms like a snowmobile.
Yeah, they're great. Track machines are great in sand and mud and all that.
yeah,
Not for darn on.
Terrible.
horrible on snow.
You wouldn't think so, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking
It's-
like snowmobile.
The only thing is that the track in the winter time, it turns to ice. It just packs it down and it just turns to ice and you'll just sit there and spin. So you can get tracks for different tracks that would work better for winter time. But it's low end is $5,000 for a set of tracks on the low end. You know, so it's, that's all I was wondering about the tracks.
So then
Yeah, because we don't have nothing for when we're gonna try to put sand at the beach
Yeah.
and push that up. We don't have nothing to
Yeah.
do.
So then the Bobcat acquisition would be conditional on getting approved for the $40,000 program from.
And then, that would include also the new mower. So,
Oh, put them together.
yes, sir.
Did Dean say anything about the trade-in on that? Can we trade
He
in
didn't give amounts, what it would be for that other one.
or would he take it?
They would, otherwise we could look on selling it. So it's
You might have better.
Selling what?
the Super Z, the other one,
Yep,
once
yep.
we can purchase a new one.
How big is the current one you have?
It's,
The thing is,
this
it's
is
60 inch.
identical.
Okay.
The new one's identical to the one we have right
Okay.
now.
If approved under that 40,000 program with a 25% match, you're looking at approximately $10,000.
So 50 grand.
Is it in the budget for 10,000? Do we have the money?
We do, yes.
It all comes out of advertised fund. It's not anything on the tax. It's from the water.
Will it
enterprise
come
fund.
out of the water fund?
Water, sewer, we probably take a little out of streets because, we gotta stay honest, but, yeah, I think, we get this to go through, huge, capability increase for the
Sure,
city
sure.
and, for reasonable
I can
price.
see that.
Is that skid steer from Black Diamond?
Yes.
And the skid steer was through the Sourcewell program?
This was, Black Diamond, Terry Burton's
7.
machine.
Oh, it's a used machine. Oh, okay.
Yeah, a new one of these is,
I looked at,
It's
it was
yeah,
around
well,
100 and
yeah, I was
something
gonna say
thousand.
105. There.
Would you have a mechanic inspect it before purchase?
Still.
Huh?
They have their mechanic on hand. Keith goes through all them machines.
They have their mechanic, but I was wondering if you'd have.
Same mechanic.
Yeah.
Keith Kirby.
Yeah.
Same.
Oh, Keith,
Yeah, same mechanic.
Jensen's husband.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're done on discussion of them ones, okay,
No, I see, one thing, the Hustler here is only valid for 30 days, so it expires on the 22nd of August. Yeah.
I think we could probably call them up and get, we'll just ask them for, right, we'll ask them for an extended aspect on it. We'll get a hold of Dean over and speak and just ask them for
He's
that
got him
extended.
stock, doesn't he?
Yeah, Sourcewell usually has an annual price that they set. That's just his date frame, but that just goes for all these different grants. Even a skidster, that's an annual price that they set when you have a program like we have.
So this would be coming from, Dean's is the dealer for this area for Hustler. So, Sourcewell has the contract or the Hustler contract. So yeah, so it's gonna be the same price unless they have to order it.
Yeah. So we'll go on to the next one. So the update of the GPS on the vehicles. Right now, we have the 2019 Dodge Ram 4500, which is the lift truck. and the Freightliner truck. The other three were the trade-in ones. So the Ranger one got shut off, Crown Vic one got shut off, and that Chevy. The question is are we good with just having the two? Just having a GPS system on?
Did those get, the 3 cars that got traded, did they get,
That,
the
it's,
GPSs get taken out of the
it's in
vehicles?
the vehicles.
They just shut them.
They're just shut
Oh,
off.
they just left them in there?
Yeah,
They won't take them back.
yeah, they don't take them back. They just tell you to just shut them off.
None of these trucks go home. They stay at the garage.
They're all at the garage all the time.
I don't have any problem with it myself.
I don't have no problem with them staying off.
I just wanted to bring it up to council and council discuss it, say,
There
How
any
you
reason
feel?
you'd wanna have it in for monitoring purpose?
No.
And now, I mean, it's now with the nice decals on it. Pretty, yeah, that, and if it's in Park Rapids or DL, they're gonna, it's somebody hot rodding in their own town, they're gonna say, why is the city of Monaga vehicle and DL hot rodding around? You
and
know,
there's the
but-
Freightliner truck still has it, the plow truck. And then the 4,500. And then them ones we kept.
just those two.
Them two.
Why do we keep those on instead of just getting rid of? Or
That's I'm discussing. I mean,
Yeah.
what, we're gonna keep them going or
is it like benefits, like pros, cons of the-
I have no problems with it being shut off
on all of them?
on all of them. But that's just my, oh, I mean, I'm one of 5, so.
I was just making that point of reference, 'cause it seems like, hey, these are gonna be off, but hey, we got a couple more that are on. I'm just wondering why.
Just because we had them all on there, and then the 3 vehicles we traded in.
Sure.
None of them leave the city limits.
no.
Well, so we can just turn them on.
There's one when we go the monthly drive to DL for the
Yeah,
water
for the water,
samples,
that's it.
but in training,
But otherwise, none of the others. 30 or 29 or 30 days of the month, it doesn't leave the city.
So we're paying.
Yeah.
So it really makes no sense to me, it makes no sense to pay to keep those on.
Zero.
If it's just the 2
It's
vehicles.
the 2
How
vehicles.
much are we paying to keep it on?
I can't remember. I know, the original price was $750 a month. I know that was reduced.
$7.50.
$750 a month. That was reduced when we took off,
Police vehicles.
for police vehicles. And then further reduced after we took them off, the vehicles that we, traded in.
We probably had 8 vehicles on there when it was $750.
Yes.
So we're probably still paying $300 a month.
Yeah.
For something that I don't feel is necessary. I mean, if we want to keep track of these guys, we can put them on Life 360 on their phones.
Yeah.
I mean, when I message them, they message me.
So you never check it, you're the receiving
He
side.
probably hasn't, I mean, like, I can see if there's a reason why to check it,
Right.
you know, other than that,
I'm just saying we never use it.
yeah.
They call me for issues. I don't call them.
But, I mean, if-
Motion, or we just, if we're gonna act on discontinuing?
Yeah, we should make a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion, we discontinue the GPSs and alls in the last 2 remaining vehicles.
I'll second, you're going for it.
From last 2 vehicles.
So now the only city-owned vehicles that have it are the fire trucks? Yes,
They
right?
don't have.
No, they don't either.
They
So
don't.
now, none of them? Okay,
None of them.
all right.
Any other discussion on it? Otherwise, we'll take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. All right. Now we'll move that off.
okay, that's good. So cemetery lots update. Me and Diane went out to 4th edition there. So we found 80 extra sites over in that area that we can plot out over there. And that's not encroaching any roads. That's just using the property we have over there. So
Other side of the pine tree. in the South Gate side?
Nope, that's right on, so you got South Road, that's that new part right there,
Oh,
North side of the,
north side of them trees.
and but do we,
In that new area. And then we left that, it would be the northwest corner of that area. For if we're ever gonna look into one of them, they call it mausoleums,
yeah,
there's still be room for one right there.
so do you have to plot those off or can we lay them out ourselves?
We can lay them out ourselves.
Really?
We can see the plot, the
corner markers.
the corner markers already. You can see it right there, so you can just streamline them off.
Only because I catch half the conversation sometimes, right? We know there's no bodies in these areas.
We know there is no bodies in that spot.
How do we know? That's
So,
It's the new area, that's.
just want to make sure,
so
okay?
do the south side of those pine trees along Sixth Street, that's still lotted out or projected for future expansion of the cemetery?
Still projected, correct. That's still city property.
Yeah, we had talked about.
So I mean, we're trying to make sure,
Yeah, and that's what I remember. Yeah,
we just don't wanna move over into that spot
Until
until we're
we-
gonna use
yeah,
what we
because
have.
I know a few years ago when Amanda was still here, she dealt with that cemetery a lot. And she had it all set up, I mean, kind of the plans. And I don't remember, because there was proposal for for the cremains, was it the mausoleum or?
Yeah, with over.
And I think that was gonna be projected to be on the south side of those pine trees. So I don't know if, I would assume we'd still have those drawings or whatever.
Yeah, there's still the drawings.
Okay.
For it, because
Yeah,
that
or
was,
mapped out, I should say,
yeah,
for,
that was paid for. Or was it, well, because we had that asked to be designed by one of the
yeah,
engineering firms.
He's
Yeah.
got 80 spots available in that different.
Correct.
Now, in light of that. A detailed question here, but you said you've got some corner points as landmarks. Is there like a normal grid? For instance, how big is a spot? How do we know there's 80?
5 by 10.
So we already did the math and that's what we came up with the figures.
That's what we came up with.
Okay.
Well, we have that whole plot where there are past graves, or they think there are people buried, but they have no idea which lots they're buried in, who's buried in them. I mean, how's that gonna get? Are we gonna have to rent one of those imaging machines?
Well, that's been the talk, that's been the conversation we've been having.
Even then, you don't know who's buried there. You'll just know somebody's.
Well, at least you'll know
Yeah.
somebody's there. Now, any idea how many grave plots there are in that section that are questionable?
There's no record.
All of them are questionable. There's no record. I mean, there's the
How many
only,
plots are in that section?
Probably 60.
I
In
mean,
that
there's
old section is probably.
that old area, there's a lot.
So unclaimed, like there's no remains, but there's no names.
Right.
Yeah,
There's a few over there,
A few more.
but yeah, there's a lot of open areas where we don't know.
Don't know who and don't even know if.
And at least once a year, we get a call, someone's out there, having a funeral. We have no idea.
No way.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, we'll have to work something there with.
But we have record that that plot belongs to somebody or not, or what?
Well, we get all the information, when we can, yeah. But there are some areas where we literally don't have a record for who is there.
so I know that was, they were working on that when Amanda was here.
Well,
And that was kind of, the nurse or the cemetery was kind of her baby of the city, so that's why she spent a lot of time on that. And same thing, trying to map out which ones are taken, which ones are empty.
so the
yeah.
idea would probably be to start selling those plots and burying people there where we know nobody
Where
else.
we know,
Yeah.
and then we can still work. So we worked on that area. Now we're gonna try work on the older area to get them more correctly put on the map. But it's a long process. Like Keith said, Amanda started from scratch. She only had 2 books of records that magically didn't get burnt when they had the cemetery come over to the city. So,
Has it been researched on what it would cost to have the imaging machine come in to?
I've had Diane look into it. I don't have any specific.
No, it's not cheap.
No, it's not.
It's about the only option unless we want to get a pickaxe and shovel.
But even then, we have to have permission or a reason to, even to, I believe it, there's no records, you have to go to court to get or a judge permission to exhume a potential grave.
Well, to exhume.
But just to see if there's anybody there, I mean, but that's tearing up your whole cemetery, yeah.
then it lets you know who's in it.
Yeah,
So you can find out the other section.
yeah,
I guess if we were
but
that.
that's yeah.
So this
One,
one.
one
Yeah.
project to do, and we can. Okay. All right. Yep, so
We can move on to the next part, tree limit update. We do have that big tree over by the county garage. Hanging over top of the road. We're gonna be trying to get that or, trying to find a tree company to take care of it. Cause it is some big limbs and dangling low.
Can we, I don't know if there's an, Genghis Tree Service, and there's one other, couple out of Park Rapids, but
Right.
There's local boys.
a lot of neighbors.
Yeah, there's a few around. But
I know they have some really good ones. That's Stacy.
yeah,
Right?
so I figure we'll touch base on that one because we're gonna need a boom truck
I've never
to
been
take
on
care
that.
of them trees, a safe way. The other ones are by the lake there, there's branches hanging down. We can decide to take and limb them as high as possible. So that we're not gonna bust lights, bust windows, alleyways, we're gonna try to get to alleyways also. That's gonna be a process throughout the last part of this month through next month.
I have a question on the alleyways, that one behind the Catholic church there. I know there's some branches hanging over you're gonna get to. But at the end of that, those cedar trees are so far up to the road. I know they're in the right of way.
They are.
So is that something we can remove? The last couple of them or something?
With looking, I have to measure and make sure where the
Where
line actually is.
it's a
Cause
real hazard.
that road is so tight on Second Street that line is actually right where, that sign is. You got that alleyway sign?
Yeah.
The property line is actually right there.
Probably just one tree then.
I think-
That probably.
I think so.
It'd make a big difference.
So,
ATV.
cause all of them are going over top into that alleyway to all their branches.
but that property's owned by First English, or formerly known as First English
Right.
Church. And I'm sure if we approach them, they'd probably allow us to take it out for safety reasons,
Well-
even if you cut back a couple, one or two.
Anything that's on the city property.
Yeah, we can, but if it goes back further,
I do want a caveat, if you're gonna cut oak, I want that sealed, it's oak wilt. I mean, it's.
Yep.
it's a-
We'll seal all the trees, even if it's not oak.
Okay.
We'll seal whatever.
trees you wait
ones
till they go dormant, so
Yeah.
December to March.
You're getting a lot happier with all this.
And any branches
Yeah.
we'll seal. Okay, spray. So,
Thank you.
so now we got, lift stations. So got the quote from Minnesota Pump. I'll let Justin go off of that. Everybody's ready?
So Ron had me come out, take a look at this. This has been something that we've noted on service agreements over the last few years, but Highway 87 lift station. The quote that you have in front of you is to update pumps, put new pumps in that lift station and a new control panel. Control panel is gonna be a phase conversion control panel. So right now out at that site, you have single phase equipment. So I know I'm in a very niche-y business, so I'll make it easy for not everybody that knows the pumps and pump and poop and, yeah. So single phase, your single phase equipment's up there, the start torque on those is slower than going into three phase. So just with the history and with us working here for so long, being local here, there's a rag problem here in town. If everybody, I'm sure all of you are familiar with that, with plugging equipment. That's why we went this three-phase route, getting into three-phase equipment with the quicker start, gonna help pass that material. When we went out and evaluated this, that single-phase panel, I mean, it's tired. I mean, that's well over 20 years old. Single-phase control panels, the first thing to smoke is start components. That'll alleviate some of that. That's gonna be the most common on a single phase panel. The most common maintenance item would be those single phase start capacitors. So this would update you into that new equipment rather than going single phase. If we went single phase pumps, you're committed to those. I mean, you're gonna get 15 to 20 years out of a set of pumps. You're stuck in that single phase equipment for the foreseeable future. That panel is probably gonna take a dive before a set of pumps would. So that's why we went this route and did the phase conversion panel. Questions?
So this quote is for 2 pumps.
2 pumps, yep. Full replacement, full control, two pumps and a full control panel replacement.
So I see you have two estimates here.
So 2 estimates. The other estimate that we have would be to do the concrete and cookie sheet, putting a new safety grate or a new grate in there right now. The grate that's out there doesn't have fall protection. The concrete out there isn't in great shape. I'm not saying that that's something, all that has to be done. If that was something that you guys wanted to push, you can. It's an option. Gets new concrete and a new hatch with the fall protection for your staff.
So this first estimate, the 9435, that's just for the pump stuff.
Yeah,
The
9435 is just for the pumps and control panel. The other one is for the concrete cookie sheet and new safety grade.
cosmetic.
Yes,
So we're looking at a total investment of $60,898
if we were gonna do both, yes.
plus the electrician.
Plus an electrician and a pump truck is something that we don't provide. We don't have electricians on our staff. So you would have to have an electrician there to hook up main line power to the new controls.
Gosh, it would seem to me if a guy's gonna do a project.
We have it in the sewer.
Why half step it? I mean, if you're gonna do it, why not get it done right and be done with it?
And then
Then it's finished.
then we can't get dinged on any safety issues for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and we've had a couple guys with some close calls. I've heard of guys falling into lifts. I mean, and I'm around lift stations all the time. There's a lot of cities that don't have safety grates. We've had a couple guys take a fall. We had a guy that got really lucky, and this is on a brand new project. We had a service technician doing a startup on a job. The contractor didn't anchor the cover. He fell through the cover, and there was enough wastewater in the hole that he took a swim. Didn't get injured, but it's just a safety consideration to think about. So
How about concrete around? The pad, a concrete pad, or just a
It's a block.
block around?
What is it, 8 inches thick?
yeah, so what we would do is they've changed with Hancock. I don't even know if it's Hancock that owns them anymore, but they would precast that cookie sheet lid. We would send the cover to them. They would set it, bring it out to
So
site.
everything comes back here pre-cast.
Yes, that's that's all precast, yes.
Set it in place.
Mhm. And then we would do that. We would set it.
And Ron, you said you feel you have enough in your sewer fund to do this? Or do we have to start doing a plan for this?
We have enough funds,
Okay.
just the aspect of would be able to take them out of there, right, Brett?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is definitely not something that we planned for. But this lift station's gotta work.
Yeah, we
So-
It's a no choice thing.
I mean, I was trying to get 2 quotes, but the other quote fell through. So
And I know this isn't the most fun stuff to talk about, but it's important.
I enjoy this work.
It's working. It does, and everybody does it, so.
I find this more interesting than some of the other stuff that we talk about, so.
Yeah.
That's just me
Well, good,
personally.
good.
So there is funds for it.
You have the documentation that you tried to get a second bid?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll do this one, there's a motion for it.
I will move that we accept bid 9435 from Minnesota Pump Works for the lift stations, and that we accept bid 9436 for the hatch and safety covers totaling $60,898.
I'll second that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, aye. All right, Ron. Motion carried.
No, I just wanted, that was the list that 87. More of the pump impellers on the other lift stations, them our maintenance aspect. I'm gonna be having to work on them too. There's, what do we say, four of the impellers?
Yeah, 4 of them that were getting into pretty tough shape.
Alright, so there's,
Is that something we do or they do?
they end up.
We'll do them, so,
With the impeller.
when we're doing impeller, like with you guys that are doing the consistent service agreements every year. We'll get that on order. And then at our next service interval, we'll put them in. It's cast iron, the most, there's some, you can do stainless steel, but in domestic wastewater, it's just cast iron.
That's was another part of my update on them.
If you need them, go ahead.
Yep, you
Gotta get them, so. I don't want sewer backing up in my basement, or Mike doesn't want it either, so.
Derwin.
Everyone will have a,
Derwin will not be happy.
I know he would be in favor of this.
yes, yeah. And I know the
You're
people,
not too far from there that you missed it by 1 block.
I know the people farther west of it would appreciate not having sewer in their house either, so.
Any more questions?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, guys, thank you, thanks for having me.
When do you figure this will go into effect or?
Oh, control panels. We're probably, I mean, at this point in the year, I bet you we're gonna be installing this next spring, by the time it's all turned around. I mean, cause that control panel takes a little while to build. So, and then just the lead time. 12 weeks would be.
Comfortable in our current system, we can patch it up one.
We've always, we can get you guys up and running. I'm not worried about that. We have our fleet of loaners here in town. We can temp that. I'm not concerned about that at all. So.
All right, perfect.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
All right, Lori, you're up.
Jana, can you hear us? Oh, loud and clear. Thank you.
This is Jana, from iBailey. She did the debt capacity study. And, I think we'll just let her go first without giving my report, if that's okay. I think she probably has kids to get to bed.
Okay.
I know she's been waiting for a while. Yeah, so we had talked today, and she created a PowerPoint, some slides of some highlights of things that we talked about, and probably would be informational for you. And instead of going through the whole spreadsheet, which has a lot of numbers on it, but you definitely can have a copy of that too if you'd like, because I know, Mike, you like numbers, so.
Yeah, I do. Sounds good.
all that time spent in healthcare, doing things just like this. Started out as an auditor, did a lot of reimbursement work, but now I'm firmly planted within kind of that pro forma future state planning. And of course, debt and taking on debt generally requires some level of planning and or pro forma testing. So really what we're going to talk about today is exactly that. Normal disclaimers of usage and presentation materials, but high level we're looking at studies. And really all that means is trying to have some sort of a way to identify the amount of debt that your entity, or in this case, Greenwood Connections, can safely take on and repay that debt without, jeopardizing that financial stability. And so, with some third parties, we were provided, some scenarios of how much debt we would be taking on, or you would be taking on, and what those specific scenarios look like. So all in, what you see here is that the total project size is 9.3 million. And, if you really get into the numbers, it varies slightly based on cost position and things like that. But for this level of planning, it's $9.3 million. The option is either to take all of that debt out or infuse some equity into the project and take less. So in these two scenarios, you have one where the project is funded entirely by debt proceeds, and another scenario where there's a cash infusion of $3 million taken essentially from Greenwood Connections as an organization-wide contribution. You can see the difference in interest payments, or interest and principal payments. In scenario one, you're at around $640,000, whereas in scenario two, you're at $428,000. That's simply just because you're taking out less debt. And then, the overall AM schedule is assuming that you have a 5.5% interest rate, you have 3 years of interest only at the front end of the loan, followed by 30 years of full principal and interest payments. That interest only period is really intended to get people construction, right? You don't want to be paying full P&I when you're still building. Really hard to capture rent revenue on a whole, right? So normal stuff so far from my perspective. What is the project? This is just a high level review of the things you probably already know, but it just sometimes sets the stage of what we're looking at here. The new construction is 20 units, 10 one-bedrooms, 10 two-bedrooms. And then from a debt capacity perspective, now we're looking at, okay, how do we even start this process? Well, really, the starting point for any debt capacity study is assuming what's baseline. What are we operating like today, and how does that change if we were to have been operating these 20 units in this last fiscal year, is essentially what it comes down to. So one of the asks that I had from Laura and team was, let's look at this just from an assisted living perspective. I know Greenwood Connections has more broad services than just this area, but for purposes of identifying, can this project essentially operate and cover its costs, we got to look at just the assisted living. So to do that, we looked at the audited financial statements and the specific details for assisted living, and we looked at kind of an occupied base. You get into a revenue per occupied base, and of course the related expenses. That's assuming sort of our baseline. You're not going to fundamentally change things about how you provide care in the setting from one building to the next, or one space in the building to the next. So it really provides a good data point for you to be able to kind of do those baseline assumptions. And then other operational changes. So of course, if you're going to build 20 units, you're going to hope that a vast majority of those fill up. I understand there's a huge need for wait lists, and certainly full now in your current situation. And so there's a lot of pent up demand for those additional revenues. You want to take credit for what that future state might look like. Generally, standard rule of thumb is that you use like at least 90% occupancy at kind of fully ramped up stage. And really, why is it not 100%? Well, nothing's ever 100%. People move out, you need a few days at least to turn space around. It's just not a reasonable assumption. Anything less than 90%, then you start having questions of like, well, why build 20 units? Why not do 18 or 16 or whatever the number is? So it just is a good planning figure to say, this is what we think is going to happen. And then, of course, you have additional expenses. So those are layered onto this kind of operational change scenario. So that includes additional labor, benefits, utilities, insurance, all of these pieces were taken into consideration as well, and Laura was able to provide some decent data points for us to incorporate as well too. So really at net, a lot of the income statement pro forma work is built on where did you land in 2024? If we were to have the revenue from 90% of these 20 new units, what might that look like? And to be able to execute, to get that revenue, we're going to incur some additional incremental expense outside of the interest and depreciation. What does that look like? And at the end of the day, are we generating cash from that operation? And if so, to what extent? Because really the ask here is from Laura to say, we don't want to fundamentally shift how we provide care, and we want to make sure that the overall entity isn't essentially recovering a lost position to a great extent in the assisted living piece. And then, there is one other element here that I think is just important to recognize, although this is all very assisted living operations focused, there is a cost to using equity, right? So if you have invested your excess cash, you are generating a return associated to that. Now, if you pull that cash out for this specific use, it just isn't in the bucket to generate that investment income. So that's kind of the plan and scenarios, and the next couple slides will just be getting into those results. Any questions at this point?
Keep rolling.
All right, keep on rolling. Okay, so the results, right? So I kind of indicated what baseline was. So right now, in the last audited fiscal year, there was an income available generated from the assisted living of around $158,000. Really, this just means that's the margin of cash available at the end of that year. Organization-wide, on average, and I did this as I assume 3.2% rate of return on the cash and cash equivalents and investments of the entity that you're in, and that brings you to around $195,000 of investment income. So if you were to pull only, or if you were to not put any investment or any equity into the project, you take out $9.3 million of debt proceeds. You would incur more expenses related to those additional occupied days. You also will get the benefit of the additional revenue. So you'll find that top line in both scenarios for the 6.3 and 9.3 million are the same. So you're going to get $423,000 of additional income for that service in either scenario. If you were to only take out debt proceeds, so your debt service would be $640,000, which means that you would be at a loss position. And anything under 1 from a debt service coverage ratio perspective means that you're essentially losing dollars. You can't generate enough income from the operation to cover the principal and interest. Okay, so what this tells me at base is that some level of equity infusion is going to be needed to assist in, making sure that the assisted living is positioned in a spot to be able to cover its costs. So what you find is, although you don't use any of your cash, your net impact to the organization is $216,000. Whereas if you were to still have that same $423,000 that you're generating from operations, and your debt service was $428,000, which is including a $3 million equity investment, you're essentially breaking even. I would call this a break even at this high level of analysis. You're covering the cost. Now, the one other thing to keep in mind, though, is that from an organization-wide perspective, you would lose the benefit of having those dollars available to invest, and so there is a loss associated with that. So you can see the net impact for the organization-wide is much better still by putting some of that cash to use in support of the project, but still does have a net organization-wide impact that is essentially negative. Now, one of the things that we have been talking about is, okay, what are the things that we want to improve the situation that makes sense? And Laura and I talked about rate increases, because this is assuming that you're going to charge the same rate new space as you add to existing space. When in reality, most likely, you would have to increase the rates for that new space. And that makes sense just logically for individuals to work through. It's not necessarily, you can't necessarily raise rates to, 300% of what you're charging in your existing rate, but there is a tangible annual improvement that those residents are benefiting from by just being in the space. They're going to be more marketable. And so when we talked this morning, actually, I said, okay, what is that number for you that you say, well, it's gonna at least we're gonna at least raise the rates X%, and the number we have is 10%. So if the new space is going to have rates that are 10% higher than your existing rates, these would be the results. So you see that in all situations there's an improvement. What you'll find is that instead of 428,000, you picked up, additional revenue by that 10% rate increase. You'll still see that there is not a scenario really where you can make up that gap in terms of that $3 million equity investment, because you're still well below, that one, which really equates to $176,000. Now, in a situation where you put $3 million of equity in, and you do a 10% rate increase, you're now at an excess. So looking at just the assisted living and saying, hey, can we cover our costs on a regular basis? Are we bleeding the organization dry? Absolutely not. You're at a game, so you're making money. You're in support of that bottom line. The piece that you still have to consider, though, is that investment income scenario where you still are losing an element of that rate return, but it is much reduced by that 60,000, or around 60,000 from where we were previously, which was over 100,000. So I guess in the end, like, what do we do? Like, what's the conclusion here? I think that it's safe to say that you have to put some sort of equity in, and I think that monitoring exactly what that looks like from a financing situation to manage both the best result from a rate limiting perspective and a equity contribution perspective to kind of marry the best spot for both the organization and of course the community is really where the devil in the details is. I don't see a scenario where you could not have a cash infusion, but also we need to be mindful of the fact that those are things that you're passing off directly to community, and you can't just recklessly raise rates to the point where they're unaffordable for anybody to access, which is the whole point of providing additional access to community members in the assisted living space. I'm gonna stop talking here for a few minutes. Did I miss anything that we had talked about covering?
No, I don't. So, I mean, except for to tell them that which you just ended with and saying that, which the rates would be, which they couldn't afford, which basically the rates would be like 50%. We would have to increase the rates from where they're at right now. That was what we came up with.
You would have to raise rates 25% of the rate in 2024, which is a significant chunk. If you're not willing to put any equity in, it was 50%, and that's of being kind of competitive for what the community needs and can afford.
Is there more equity than 3 million that can go into the project?
Possibly. I mean, that's something that we can look at, but there possibly might be. We had more at the maximum amount. No, I mean, we had a discussion with it and they looked at it to see how many days of cash on hand. I mean, I believe we have, the 3 million would still leave us more than the 120 that they would like of days of cash on hand. I believe it would leave us more like 170 or something like that. I think maybe we've had that. conversation, so there would be more that we could. And then, I mean, we had received the employee retention credit funds, which recently increased our, another close to 1 million for that. So,
But we wouldn't want to put you in the situation the city was in. If you-
and we don't want to be in this situation, and I can't say what rates are going to be, and the federal made some change, there's some cuts, and we don't know what our rates look like. So at this point, I'd hate to say that. Yes, we could put more than that 3 million in, but I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say 3 million, and it leaves us, pretty good.
Kind of the,
In your analysis, Jana, one of the key assumptions that's put in there that's critical is the interest rate of 5.5%. How did you derive that rate? What was the driver of setting the rate at 5.5?
Todd, that was from Todd Ellis. Yeah.
What I would say is that this is a competitive rate. So, USDA financing is essentially considered kind of the last resort. And so generally speaking, it's very difficult to beat their interest rate in all those situations. And this quarter, setting one to 930 has an interest rate of 5.25. And so
Well,
this is not much higher than the USDA. And so if anything, I think this is I probably don't need to tell you guys this. Interest rates have been very volatile over the last year, 2 years, anything really post-COVID. And so while about 5.25 seems really close to the interest rate that you have included here, I wouldn't necessarily be super concerned about trying to bump that interest rate up. Would definitely defer to Todd on this as well, but also there's a lot of conversation that I'm hearing, just rumbling, that interest rates are supposed to come down in the next quarter. And so in keeping with that 5.5 seems appropriate. It's not outrageously low, it's not outrageously high. And that might not be the answer you're necessarily looking for, and it certainly isn't a scientific approach, but it nonetheless, it doesn't seem like wildly out of line.
If we raise our rates at 10%, how does that work with the GRH and whatnot, from what's not called that anymore, whatever it is from the county? Is that what it's still?
Obviously it's less. I mean, right now, what is it, 1150, 1170 or something like that? 1190, I think it is now. And our rent is 14, so if it says 1200, we're 200 under. And they rent those, they raise those GRHs very, very slow. Like I think it went up $20. So I mean, in 2 years, if it's $40 up, and our rent on a 1-bedroom would be, if our rent on 1-bedroom would be, so it's 14, it would be 16, say on this, or it could be more with price increases. Yeah, we'd be losing 400.
What's the percentage of that right now? What percentage is on the GRH?
Well, the thing is that, typically those that are on GRH are on elderly waiver as well. So as they become on elderly waiver, that means they're taking services. So along with the rent, we make up with the services. We talked before about this, these 20 apartments being independent and considering them independent living. And I mean, I don't know how long that will last, that we can do that for a long period of time. I mean, we have so many, even over the last week, that have called and, I mean, they need services now. What are they looking at? You know, they can't stay at home. There's one in maybe, you know, a couple and one in the family that needs to have services, can't leave ever, you know, those type of things. So I think I don't think we could restrict it with that.
No, I wasn't suggesting.
But I'm with the services, so I'm along with the services, and we didn't talk about services at all. This is strictly like on a rent basis. We didn't include any of, and in fact, we didn't even include salaries for somebody in salaries for care. We included salary for like housekeeping. We wouldn't have to add you know, it's the housing manager wouldn't change. The clinical director is still the same. It would, but we maybe would need a housekeeper reconsidered. So we added a full-time position and benefits for housekeeping and that, but we didn't add for care because along with the care cost goes, if they're going to receive services, we receive an additional income. So does that make sense? I think it evens itself out. I can't tell you the percentage. I would say if I had to guess, our percentage is about, maybe we have 20, no, we don't have that 20%, 15% maybe.
Not Jerry.
Well, no, that would be C 3, 4. No, we have more than that. Around about 20%. With a reduced rate for rent, but they're having an increased. Yeah, and that's why it's hard when Jana's looking at the rent and she's like, it's hard to come out exactly because we can tell her that it's 1,400, but we have a lot of different ones in there as well, and then turnover. So.
There are certain levers that you can and can't pull or have control over and don't have control over. Some of those, like I would say, funding from certain kind of governmental payers and elderly waiver programs and things like that. Very common for those to raise behind what I would say is market value. And so it's common for there to be a gap between, you know, what private pay rates are and what, you know, elderly waiver or some of these other programs will inevitably reimburse you. One of the very few ways you can combat that outside of, you know, increasing private rates further, which does get to that point of like, well, if we have to raise those rates by 50%, we're not going to get those individuals interested in coming to our assisted living. The other way you can do it is by kind of, I guess, diversifying your balance sheet, which is keeping some of that cash balance together from an investment income standpoint. And so that you can sometimes use to help with those gaps in funding that you don't always have control over. And it kind of insulates you from some of that. So certainly important to put some cash in, I think, but also recognizing that this is that nest egg, really help pay dividends and assist every year operating that it has a return.
And another thing, going back to the which you could say, which a lot of places do, is that they cannot, in order to move in, they have to have 1 year of private pay income. That is a possibility as well, which some places do that, where they have a period of time, 1 year, 2 years of private pay. So they have to say, yeah, we have to be private pay or they can't move in, or I don't even know what they're doing to prove that, but there is that as well, because then you can guarantee that you have that private pay income and their rates are not going to decrease to it's GRH or the housing support service housing.
And the
But
one
then
thing
again,
about the facility, it was always meant to be a service to the community. It was
yeah.
built on that premise. It's been operated on that premise, and it's done extremely well.
Yes,
And that's why,
operating like that.
that's why we have a waiting list, as long as everything wants to be there.
And that's again why we talked about making it, we don't want to have that and to make it unaffordable, because if you truly did make it 2,800 for a 1-bedroom apartment and 3,200, we probably wouldn't have that. And on a private pay income for somebody here where they just don't, I mean, so they don't have it. So they were outpricing it for Monaga. So.
intended to be serving the community, you know, what Greenwood Connections mission is. And so, you know, yes, we see like a few negative numbers here, but it's important to kind of put it back into context of like, right, but why are we pursuing this? And it is exactly that, to continue to provide care and ability for people to aid in their health. And that waiting list that is currently in place is kind of a testament to that working really well.
If, did a project like this and you increase the rate by 10% on the new building, would you also increase the rate on the existing building so there's parity?
No, and we discussed that because everybody would want to, we discussed this 10% isn't like what we're saying inflation is going to be, because there's going to be inflation as well. But the 10% is that everybody would then want to move into the new building, and we have an opening in the old building and be like, well, I want the new one. Like, I'm just gonna wait. I want the new building. That 3% or how much higher is it? And I don't know experience with that. I've heard, or, you know, like if any for assisted livings, if there's, you have a new building and an old building, if there's, what does that number look like? We just came up with, yeah,
Nothing on
and maybe,
the old building.
yeah,
Yeah, we-
updating them, yeah, but stay at 15%, yeah, they're in good condition, absolutely.
Yeah.
But we had discussed that, so for one, I think even if you look at, I mean, we do have a drawing, but they would be, our current apartments are 600 and 800 square feet, 600 for the single, 800 for the double, and these would be 800 for the single and 1100 for the double. Or for 2-bedroom, I should say, 2-bedroom apartment. So a lot, they would be bigger for one. So you're getting a bigger apartment, should be
Those
expected.
numbers again, the existing 1 and 2 bedroom is what?
So the existing is around 600 and something, and then the 2-bedroom is 800 and something. And the 1-bed and the new one are 800, about 800 square feet.
Right, 800 and what was the other one?
Does it say 11?
I thought it was 1100.
Yeah.
I can see all this real quick.
So they're definitely bigger in size. So they're they should be, and at that, you know, that's worth more. And that's worth more money. Might even be worth more than 10%, you
The
know.
1 bedroom would be somewhere around 660 then in the new building. Because you said $600 on the existing
No,
building.
600 square feet.
Oh, square feet,
600 and then
800.
Yeah.
Yeah, 600 and 800
And
square feet
what,
we're talking about, yeah. So size
and
wise,
the 2-bedroom is about 1100?
square feet, yeah, new.
Now, if somebody were to, like you were given the scenario, well, hey, I'm just gonna wait because I want a new one. Well, fine, then wait, right? And if they, you know, if the new ones fill up first and there's empty spots in the pre-existing building, that's fine too then, right? I mean, because we want rooms filled.
Mhm.
And if those are gonna fill up quicker, there's more money involved in those, right? They're paying more. So it's just a profit margin might be slightly different. Is that, I'm just saying it's kind of a win-win.
And part of the reason why we did the increase and talked about it, and Janet had said, well, because as you can see before, there was a little bit of a break-even point, but still we were losing our revenue from the investment income. So when you add that 10%, you know, you increase it because you can, then it came a little bit closer to had a little bit of a, you know, 33,000 versus the, I think it was 6,000 loss. So.
And the, how many is 20 units in the new building?
20 units.
That means 10 singles and 10 doubles.
Yeah, and we currently just have the 6 doubles, and we do always have quite a waiting list on for them. So.
$63,000 total.
Yeah, bottom line.
And that 63,000 is considering the investment income.
20 units, you have to increase the rates yet again, 260.
Top of that.
On top of the 10%, and then you're gonna break.
And is that doable?
No, but
Why?
we also, we're looking at this as standalone when it's.
I see that.
It's all. And like I said, it's a service to the community, so those are pretty good numbers.
Yeah. So,
If the interest rate ended up being 5%, that would make a big difference on, instead of 5.5 also. There's a lot of, nobody has that.
There's
crystal ball.
moving parts at this point that are all subjective.
but yeah. But this is what we wanted, was the reason was the debt study to see what,
You gotta start somewhere.
yeah, what it would look like and put it, on paper to show that yes, it could, support itself without a drag on the nursing home for cash.
And from my perspective, the big things that I look at are like, okay, are all of these scenarios at like a 0.6, and the best we can get to from just operations that we can even conceptualize currently now is like we lose $300,000. Well, that means that this fundamentally is not working for some reason, and it usually means that either the existing operations already not in great financial condition, you're not creating a bottom line that's currently from operations. Like it's just not happening. So there's an operational issue. It also might mean that you already have debt associated with the assisted living that you're already trying to cover the cost of. And so those are the big red flags that I look at this stage of the debt capacity study. Certainly there are going to be things that materialize differently than I have here today. It also could be to your benefit, right? So say, the investments have great years coming up and they don't have a 3.2% rate of return, they have a 6% rate of return. That is a huge dollar difference for the benefit of the organization. So this is really intended to be that kind of global ballpark of should we even be talking about this kind of analysis? And these numbers indicate that you're in the ballpark, right? There are things that you can do, operationally to try to minimize any adverse outcome that just naturally happens, and you're also in a position to take advantage of some positive things that could happen operationally, whether it's in the economy, funding, a whole host of things. Interest rate.
Everyone's looking at, nobody got a notice though. Everyone's pulling out their phone. Did they get a notification? Cause that sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, like an inch of rain.
Some red band coming across right now.
So, well, thank you. I think it was very informational, very helpful. I mean, I've heard it a few times, so I don't know to them if it was clear, but as to me, it's like, oh, it makes total sense because we've talked about it, so.
These numbers are
But-
clear as mud to me. So.
This makes sense.
And this
Yeah.
is, this is all very preliminary.
Yeah.
We're working through
Yeah.
all the different things we
I,
can.
I revert back to Mike explaining how these numbers work to me. So
It made sense to Mike, so we're good.
yeah.
So.
You're in the ballpark of making this happen. And so there's nothing at this point where I would say abandon, it doesn't matter, you gotta, this is not stop. So
Yeah, I agree.
whatever that does for a final conclusion, hopefully it's helpful. But yeah, thank you for your time, you guys.
I think one other aspect too that makes a difference is the proposal you had up called for 3 years of interest only, followed by 30 years of principal and interest. Well, that's going to give you 3 years of inflationary price increases in what you charge for your rents
Yeah.
to the tenants. This proposal cash flow does not take into account the 3 years of increases for how much is available for debt service, right? Is that correct, Jana?
The rest of the organization continues to build margin on that and if you put that additional cash into investment, say, that's gonna create additional investment income. So what we have to be careful about, and that's why we were really careful about how we use that 10% rate increase, is the only way that you create additional margin is if you can control your expenses at a better rate, I guess more stable rate than what your increases in revenue are. So what I mean by that is, if over the next, well, let's say over the last year, totally making these numbers up, by the way, over the last year, your revenue increased by 3% and overall operating expenses increased by 2%. That's a positive margin of 1%. What this analysis assumes is that same trend line continues. So you're going to get the same 1% next year, and the following year, and the following year. Where my advice is, if you say we can do better than that, we're still going to keep our operating expenses and increase them only by 2% on average for the next 3 years. But we're going to make a concerted effort to have our revenues grow by 5%. Well, maybe your revenue from 1% went to 3%. And that basically increase in operating proficiency, or however you want to do that process, that trend line benefit would not yet be seen. But you're absolutely right that it is a jump forward in time. It's saying, okay, if last year you would have had these 20 units available and 90% of them had been filled, and we had to incur these expenses, this is what our operation would look like. So it can get a little hairy though if you start mixing and matching. Like, well, we got to do an increase of 3% in expenses for salaries over the next 3 years. Well, that's 9%. And we got to increase our revenues by. So then you get into a spot where we can get to like a single pro forma where we're taking you all the way through that operation. And we do that exercise from time to time. But for what this was looking like, we do not. Hopefully that made a little bit of sense, but tell me if I was.
Well, it made sense.
No, that made, we did actually talk about that. I mean, Jana and I talked about that increase, like inflation increase, and because we're increasing rent and what would that look like? And that's why we specifically said 10% over, and we're like, because we're going to have that, our expenses are going to be increasing too when we do that rate increase. So yeah, thank you. I mean, that made total sense to me, but when you said that, because we had, discussed it, so.
Well,
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dana.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. You too.
Can't see.
Yeah, I think it's already.
Already done, yeah.
Hopefully the whole 1 inch of rain.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
But
Bye.
in your best estimate, Laura, and I know I understand it's an educated guess. Emphasis on guess on your part, but how long a time frame would you say until both units are full?
What do you mean both units?
Well, the current assisted living plus the new unit.
It'd be really nice if it was the new.
What I understand it's a guess on your part.
I mean, I just asked, because, I've said 40, and I haven't had the exact number, and I just asked the one who's taking over housing manager now to tell me how many are on the list. How many do we have? 70.
On the way.
70 of them.
But I know in the past you have said
Yeah.
when a unit does come up and you start
And they just
calling,
start going through.
you start calling it, well, yeah, we're interested, but we're not.
But,
ready.
I kind of explained that the last time, that say that we had 20 available and we had 20 available. And we went and we have a list of 70. And the problem is that people put their name on the list and then it's like, oh, they've gone somewhere else. So I'm not going to take it right now because I'm going to see how it is where I'm at, or they've made arrangements, or they've started home care, or family members are coming in at the point that they're like, yeah, I need something. I need to go somewhere else, but they've made other plans. So when we call them, maybe 2 years later or 3 years, they've either, like, something different has happened in their lives, and sometimes we have someone on lists for a long period of time, no, no, no. I feel like in the past, they really put their name on the list so they could be on the list because they knew that the list was long and they're gonna be on there. And 10 years out, they're looking, but that's not happening anymore. When they put their name on the list now, they're, the most of the time, they're ready. They know that I'd like to be somewhere by the end of the fall. So, I mean, it may be, you know, we're not gonna fill them all 20 in the first month, 2 months, but 6 months, or, you know, how far down the road, I would expect by 6 months.
Well,
we
I've
would
said
have-
it before that
Mhm.
we baby boomers is a big block of people and we're damn sure not getting any younger. And, you know, there's a lot of us baby boomers that are at the point of being ready to move into assisted living.
I mean, I was talking to, someone who's in another apartment here in the city, and she was naming as she went down the line, and several of them are on our waiting list, but she's naming, I mean, she's like saying the people that this neighbor, that neighbor, this person in there, that person, they need to be, they need this worse than I do, you know, like, because she's been on our waiting list as well. And she said there's a lot of people, all of her neighbors, they need to be somewhere different than they're at because they need assistance.
Have you yourself heard any kind of feedback from within the broader community over the press that has been in the newspaper about looking at expanding and adding a new unit?
I mean, we talked about that at our last, we talked about it at our last board meeting, right? Some of the board members kind of surprised that it hasn't been brought to them. I mean, I hear it occasionally, but not too much.
Okay.
I hear about it more from, the talk about from the ones in our assisted living currently, they talk about it, but for others, maybe it's driven the waiting list.
Well,
I mean, that
when
we've
you
had such a
when you have your open house,
yeah.
you have the drawings, that'll create some buzz. too.
Yeah.
There might be more.
But maybe it has without saying, maybe that's why all of a sudden I told you 40, 50. I mean, and I had her count them today and she's 71. And I know that I put several on the list in the last month or so. So, I mean, that's
70, that's impressive.
but yeah, so that's, maybe that's why we're seeing more because of
What's the
that.
plans for the new unit, Laura?
Mhm.
Is there a plan to have garages with it or not?
So it's right by the side. So
Is
this
that dot?
cost did not include a garage, but the plan was to do not individual garages, a one large garage with 20 parking spots in it.
Covered parking basically.
Yes. So that dotted area to the side, that's what she had added in there for a garage.
Is that an enclosed garage or more of a canopy?
I think
And
it closed, yeah.
and it could be an alternate to the bid. I mean, like,
Mm.
design it, because everything, the construction costs submitted are all budgets, right, from historical data. And then when we go out to bid, ideally things come in under budget. And then you might have an alternate or two, maybe your beautiful flowers or something are an alternate as well. And then you have options like an a la carte to take it if you can afford it.
Mhm.
So you can do either or. You can do
Yeah.
a full on garage or
Artwork or a garage.
Flowers always seems to be an alternate. They're like, well, we like to do the landscaping. I swear it's an alternate like every time.
It was an alternate for us, I'll be honest, when we did the TCU and it was an alternate. It took a few years to get it done, but the landscaping has never happened around it. In my opinion, I'd be like, go for the landscaping.
No.
Go for the land.
I remember you say go for the garage and skip the landscaping.
We did never get it done, but
Yeah.
would like the people, but I feel like the garage might be, and it's probably a necessity. When we have drivers and if we're looking at it,
Yeah, it's gonna be
They
more
want-
independent living.
yeah, they want garage, they want an inside.
So
parking
they'd
space.
have to go outside to get into the garage.
Same as.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a detached.
yeah,
garage
she has it pretty
building,
close to,
right?
but I'm guessing there would be a walkway there, yeah. That's what they do right now, where she has that parking space there, I mean, I don't think it can go there, which I talked to her, I think it's gonna have to go behind the garage on the other side, because I just don't think the sides they'd be walking across that roadway. They're basically out to their garages, so it's another area for slipping.
Now, the walkway area, the circle, and we got the dot in the middle there. Is that to be like a garden area? Is that what that's designed
you
with a
Flip to
gazebo
the,
in
flip
it?
to the
or-
next for rendering.
Yeah, the
Okay.
next page. And again, these are, conceptual
Okay, so,
budgets.
yeah, it's kind of a gazebo for them to sit in. Looks very nice.
Pergola like what we have right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice. That's why I say, oh, I would go for it, because we have not like landscaped mostly, where we did a round patio like that out of the TCU, and I was like, yeah, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that's nice. But again, I mean, we did it as a, option, which we didn't go with the option, because we're like, well, we could just do that patio at a later date, so.
Now, a lot of the walking path and it's either paved or pavers or whatnot to accommodate, wheelchairs.
Wheelchairs or outside, yeah,
walkers,
for
something
something
that-
like to walk outside. It is really nice, and I guess to have their own walking space over there would be really nice, because they would have to go across the road and move into the park. And that's a little bit, it's hard for some of them to go over there to that, so, I mean, I like the idea of having some of this, the sidewalks and this walking space here.
Or on that previous drawing, you said that the driveway was kind of going between the garage and the current, or the current garages in the building. Yeah, sorry, where Brett has it. So you're saying is that driveway is gonna have to come around on more of towards the driveway can't go right where it's at currently right now. It has to come more to from
The
the garage.
driveway still comes in the same place off the road.
Yeah,
But on the
But-
other side of the garage,
so the new parking, that one can't be there. So
it
it
would
has
probably have to come around the garage.
on the other side. Yeah,
Just on
the main road side. Yeah.
Yeah.
That future
Not
parking
me,
garage is
not
still in a
Rafa.
good spot.
Yeah, just close. Yeah, between the garages and the
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
this is all concepts. We're just kind of getting into it, but
yeah.
it's getting kind of late here.
Yeah, no, no, I just remember
This
hearing this.
one-
I just wanted a clarification that you're saying that driveway would have to be moved. but-
This keeps on, we're gonna have to change our feet by the hour.
Yeah,
So conceptually, Ellers is gonna want to take a look at the debt path to study now that it's complete. This is conceptual with budgeting you had, so hypothetically, if you folks were like, yep, let's move forward. That's where it goes into the phase 2 of the PSA, professional service agreement, and then which case they would start. Ann, who you guys met the last time I was here, she'd start the full on design, and the full design, there's lots of listening sessions, more detailed. So, the stalls will change, the
Yeah.
things might, the bathroom might be moved to a little.
This is just a concept.
Yeah, this is to see if we were in the ballpark of being able to afford it, but it should be very similar, close to this.
And we wanted a rendering first to have for the open house, and she had just done this one, and then a pictures to show, so we could have something there. So she must have some boards or something.
Drum off with your staff on Thursday.
On Thursday, that'll be nice,
The
so.
debt capacity shows me that it's doable. I can work with those numbers, with the influx of putting $3 million cash in. And the waiting list is indicative. The study that was done showed that there is the need, and that need is just increasing year by year, because us baby boomers are getting older. And it all looks good. I think we ought to keep going and proceed.
So what do you need? So, what do you need me to do then? So what I'm gonna bring it back to the board, a board meeting, if they make a recommendation or they say, so what do I need to do for the next phase so you guys can make a decision?
Well,
What do you want?
we already kind of went through that in your proposal, didn't we?
Yeah.
This is the concept. And
Yeah,
then
but-
we'll-
But what do you want? Is there any other information that you need, that you want?
well, we've got a debt study, we've got the need study, we've got the waiting list.
So you think that
We've
going
got
back
the
to the next board
Funds,
meeting, the next board meeting we have, there could possibly be enough information so they could make a recommendation or whatever. I mean, the board has our council has the final say. But I don't know if there's anything else. That's what I'm saying. Is there anything else that, you know?
Pieces. I think, we ought to have a recommendation from the board at the next council meeting to move forward. And then pending what shakes out from your board meeting, I think that's gonna kind of drive the conversation if there are more questions for the council.
And Ellers was on board with it when he was here.
He would, so there's one more thing, which he has not, I have not heard. I supplied the, our last two audits. There was a question that Derwin had and wanted to know how it was going to affect our financing for the city's financing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this S&P rating, how it would affect that, and I haven't heard anything.
I think the way he's breaking it up into two geo bonds was for that reason, for it to not impact as much. But once he sees the debt capacity study, he'll finalize, he'll put stamp on what he was
We
looking
should
at.
have that information.
By the board and then, okay.
But you feel comfortable with your. But, or, I heard what she was saying. I didn't quite
I mean,
understand
honestly,
everything.
what she
To be
said
honest
was
with you,
very,
what you're
similar to kind of what I said. I gave
Okay.
you, kind of gave you the same numbers, although she says it way better than I did, you know, like, but yes, I mean, I do think, I mean, there's a need and there's a, and I think, I mean, looking at the numbers that she has and putting them all on paper, that I think that it should be able to float itself. I mean, it should be able to,
But you feel comfortable with how everything's sitting
yeah.
without having to put more money from your entity into it. I mean, 'cause
Yeah.
I don't want you to say, okay, we'll put in 3.5 and then all of a sudden it kind of
No.
puts you in a cramp. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, no, I would hate to see more go into it just because I am not sure what it looks like.
Million into it
Mhm.
with the cash that leaves you. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
You're 170 days off.
Yeah.
If you're left over.
Oh, that's what that answers my question. If you feel comfortable where you're at, then.
Because then I think, the next step, if the vote or the recommendation by the board and then the council is to move forward, next step, I think, is this, soil survey, isn't it?
Yeah, and I didn't know all the answers to that when you know, when we had our meeting and I didn't know, they were asking if it was already included in the soft costs, if he had taken some of them into consideration. And then we didn't have two quotes, we just had the one, and he can, I'll let Nathan explain that.
Yeah, so the soil borings, we had Braun Intertech and WSB. Is it? Hopefully, that would be great to do, but you don't want to find a surprise out there either. I mean, I'm dealing with that all over the state right now. But they're so do the soil borings, and it's going to be about, you know, those corner areas within the building, a couple in the parking lot. Hypothetically, let's say this thing gets put on the shelf for 5 years. Soils aren't changing under there. So you have it, the next person that comes up or can use that to better their estimate, knowing what soils they're dealing with. The survey, same exact thing. You need a survey out there in any scenario. Nowadays, they're gonna have it all digital anyway, so that's gonna be able to relay, even if everything was to sit on the shelf for 5 years. So I would recommend just to kind of get those things moving.
Do we have soil samples from the last edition we did on the other end?
I didn't find anything, but I don't know who would have those. I looked through a lot of the stuff that was in the file, a lot of, even the day.
Yeah, we were flipping through a lot.
Dug through and we didn't find any, we didn't find survey and soil samples, so.
We so Braun Intertech and WSB for the survey, it actually did only go to one individual. It was under $6,000, which is super fair for that large area. And the only and I kind of just took it upon myself to be like, hey, you know, they got to do it anyways. I might as well just get the ball rolling and see what the costs are. In case this project came, I usually work with like Witset or JPJ Alta for survey. But you have a local guy with WSB, Jeremy Hunga. I don't know him personally,
Yeah.
but he's a local surveyor, so he would work with WSB. So I tried to get a local, and that's what we'll do throughout the whole project during the bidding, and we really shake the trees around here, trying to get as much local
So
participation.
you got the two and the local one was lower than the you had said or they were comparable, very.
Yeah, the soil borings one, the local guy was like $700 less. And I only got one for the survey, but it's also the same company that would be doing the boring, which should actually be convenient as well. And it was 5,900, which is, pretty affordable for survey. I mean, sometimes you might see 10 or 15 grand for survey site this size. So if we sent it out, we'd probably be in that 6,500 range.
Kind of a just curious question. Based on your experience, project goes forward and they break ground from that point to a finished project. How long would you give that?
We haven't fully dove into the implementation team, but I was thinking it's about a 9-month project.
About 9 months
Yeah.
to when it's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shovel.
Give it a year.
Yeah.
Shovel
I mean,
occupancy.
Yeah, I don't know how fast you guys are willing to work, but if we got an okay, we would design through the winter. Public bid it probably in like February or March for the ground thaws, get all the contracts, get all the long lead items procured, and then hit the ground running in the spring.
I can crack the whip for you.
Thanks.
I mean,
So so the board had done a recommendation because they hadn't really heard all of this information yet, and they didn't really, should we proceed or not, right? I mean, weren't really quite sure if they should proceed. And you kind of had decided that to put the brakes on this because, well, I don't know how far we should go.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think we should, if that's the case, I think we should move forward, and winter comes fast. So
I would bring it up at your next board meeting.
bring it up at the board meeting and discuss it again, or do you want to
They say they're comfortable with it. I mean,
the whole thing,
Another
or
approach-
just this, can we move forward with the,
Another approach I would offer as a way to approach it is for the council to approve it, subject to the Greenwood board approving it. That speeds it up. That would speed it up.
that sounds fair.
So when's your board meeting?
August 25th.
Cause then we wouldn't come back here till the September meeting,
Yeah.
so that would give you guys,
Well, you're a whole month
Yeah.
ahead.
yeah, because otherwise we're talking, in September. And that's why I'm saying with this topography, with the soil samples and that, I mean, we're gonna wait until September before a decision is made to
So
do
the
them
motion,
otherwise.
the motion would be to continue moving forward. Project timeline,
pending approval.
pending approval from.
Pending approval of the Greenwood Connection Board. In fact, that is my motion.
So second.
Michael Baker,
We got it?
Yep.
Bill second.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
Sounds fair.
All in favor, say aye. Both same sign.
So I want to be clear on this. Can we move forward on these soil
If your
samples
board,
now?
if your board agrees.
We said, we gave the blessing for
Well, just the,
pending your board.
so on the 25th,
Unless you want a separate motion for us to say, go ahead and with the soil,
that's
if
kind
you
of
want that.
That's kind of what I'm asking for. I don't know if any of the board would be totally upset that, hey, why did we?
No, like you said, it's a shelf item anyway. If for
Well,
some reason this
needs
thing
to be
comes to
done.
screeching halt.
I just think there was a lot of
I'll
information.
I'll
that
make
we
a
were-
motion that we proceed with the soil and topography survey recommended by ICS.
Second,
Subject to.
Second.
No,
Greenwood
do this
Connection
anyways. That way, regardless,
Right.
that way Laura can start,
Yeah.
kind of gives them that
I'll
jump on this.
second that.
already go.
You guys had you did receive the information right on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You have
we
it.
did.
Yep. So it would be you have to have that total amount for.
For 16,000, right?
No, it was, wait,
16,000 even was sorry,
That was the estimate.
that was
They
the,
came in low.
yeah, 5910 for the survey, and then I think it was 16,000 even.
Yeah, it's the board considered a soil and topography survey recommended by ACS at an estimated cost of 16,000. So I'll make that motion to. Yeah.
You got it, Bill seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Both same sign.
There, you okay with that?
Yes, yeah,
Alright.
that's good. That's what I was wondering, because there's reason and was because of the debt capacity not being completed and further clarification. There was a lot of discussion on it. They're like, should we do it or should we not? But, okay, sounds good.
I'll give it your report.
So did you have
Is
anything else?
that good? Are you good with me?
I got nothing else for you.
All right, no,
So, yeah,
You know your next steps.
Oh,
the someone I think is sitting in this chair.
you're the one that's coming.
Yeah, you didn't have bells on.
Not pushing Justin there, so.
Yeah. I think his in-laws over from Texas, so.
Oh,
There you go.
Yes, thank you.
Where's it being held, by the way? Is it by the gazebo or
at the park, yeah, in the park.
by the
out there.
gazebo?
Not sure, yeah, it'll be out there somewhere. It's at 11, yeah, well, yeah.
Are you bringing in a bouncy house for the residents?
That's funny.
It's funny because I.
Talked about it.
Live music, I see.
Yeah, live music. He's coming tomorrow to check out setting that up, so, but, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we, for financials for, June, we did have a profit for June as well. Our skilled days were down a little bit, and then our census has been actually really been holding, has been around that 89-90% for the last few months. So it's been really good. We've been, yeah, doing well there. We have, I think we're at about 58, 59 today, 59, I think, again. So we did talk about holidays, and I did, we are going to, do the double time for holidays until at least through the end of the year, leave it where it's at. And then see what it looks like for budget. And we talked about changing it maybe if we needed to. And then we have to keep the holiday substitutions that was what they had voted on through the end of the year. And then they did actually vote or did decide or made a motion that they would allow the staff to vote again next year because they can substitute those holidays, those 11 holidays that the state requires that we pay. They can substitute them and write with others. And right now we have Juneteenth is Easter in place of Juneteenth, and the day Christmas Eve in place of Indigenous People Day, so Columbus Day. So anyway, we talked about those things as well, and they made a motion to approve that. We don't need to talk about building project, and yeah, our 60th anniversary.
You guys are doing your own cooking?
We are not. So we did order from Upper Lakes Food. We ordered smoked beef brisket already prepared. We got it actually at a really good price because I think it was like $5 a pound.
Yeah.
That's really good for the meat and everything. Yeah. So we're doing that, buns, chips, lemonade. You can see what right there. Cookies, I think, is the other thing. So
Who's gonna cook and serve for you? Cause it says Upper Lakes Food is unable. to.
yeah. So Larry, Larry said he's willing, he's one of the ones that's willing to serve. If there's any of the rest of you that would like to help or are able to help on Saturday with it or serving or helping Larry serve it, but he said he would be willing to serve. I don't know if he'll do the whole 3 hours or until we run out of food. I don't know. It's so hard to know if how much we should prepare for, but we're planning for 500 and we'll see.
It'll be a good turnout.
Yeah, so hopefully, and anyway, that's so we have door prizes.
Picnic tables or what for folks to eat at?
We have tables that we have, and then the chairs, and then there's the outside tables and gazebos, and I don't know. I mean, it's hard to know. It's open house, so will everybody be there? It's not like, and we're not doing a program. We're just having information, but we're not doing a sit down program, so we don't have to have chairs dedicated to a certain area and then moving those chairs. So yeah. Well, I don't know. It's really hard to know if we're
And
gonna
you are
have.
gonna have an artist board of the project
Yes.
set up.
And then Nathan said he would be there to discuss it. Mhm.
Talk to people.
Yes.
You're gonna have people doing tours.
Tours, yeah. We're gonna do tours. We have had a lot of donations for door prizes, and we have door prizes ourselves. I mean, we have some jackets and some water services. So-
This Saturday, right?
Mhm.
From, what is it? 11 to 1?
11, it's 11 to 2.
11 to 2. Okay.
Well, unfortunately, I'll be sleeping when this is going.
Alarm, come on.
I know. Actually, I'll be waking up while the time it's starting, so. You're. Yeah, lovely.
So you
night
took
shifts.
them.
Yeah.
Night shifts, right?
Mhm.
There
I love them.
you
Any questions on Laura's financial?
You got nothing.
Having a good year.
We're gonna pick a motion to approve the monthly report and financial as presented by Laura.
So move.
Second,
Second.
Bill.
How many of your folks come in that are post-operative for, recovery following?
We've been really busy right now. I mean, we're kind of,
Post-operative people?
yeah, like on breaks, unfortunately. I mean, it's summertime, so it's been really strange, but yeah, we've been really busy.
all right, I got a motion and a second to accept the financials and the monthly report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. I didn't give an update on the windows, but they got all the windows in except for those extra ones that were ordered for those other rooms, that we didn't have in the first bid. So
It makes such a huge difference.
yeah, don't they look nice? Yeah. Yeah, yep. They are double hung, which we didn't want, but yeah, but they did a workaround. There's thing they can put in place. Yeah, keep the top up. It's just like a trim piece that goes to the inside.
Are they charging you the price of double hung or are they?
Yeah, they're the same amount, so
Single
that's
hung
why.
price.
yeah, like-
Yeah, so that's double hung price. Yeah.
Okay,
Did anybody wanna, use, I have made copies of them.
certainly. We better leave one for Derwin, even though he.
You can mark down.
I'll take one more. You're gonna get mine to.
Well, if you have those numbers, you can send them to me. I appreciate it.
Okay, that she did. Yeah, she has a spreadsheet. Yeah, it's full of numbers. That's why I said it's, yeah, I can send that to you. I'm done.
Thank you.
Did you?
Yep, you're done.
Thanks, Lauren.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll get the fire department report and one other in Huntersville and one structure fire assistant Park Rapids.
I think the other was classified. I think that was another. Let me think of this
Was that
one.
when that kid was lost?
Yes. Yeah, that's what it was.
I was out there.
Kid was what?
Lost in the river.
He got separated from his group and came up to our campsite. And
Yeah.
wanted to ride to Park Rapids and we're like, no. And then he wandered down to the campground. Robert Weaver come through the dark with his headlight on, scared the crap out of us. Like, who's coming up the trail?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. I was gone that weekend when they did it, so that's why I got put as an other, but I don't like others because then I have to start trying to remember what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then, then the one mutual aid with Park Rapids.
All right, then we done finished business with the personnel policy discussion.
I am afraid I didn't get a chance to email you all the questions because I didn't get through this monster till yesterday and today. I
So
got
everything but the changes,
quite a few questions and changes.
everything but the changes were already through legal. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, they weren't legal questions. Well, not all the changes. It was in blue,
No.
wasn't it?
Everything but the changes has been through legal. And
Oh, yeah, that would be
these
the old policy. Plus the blue was what legal had recommended be changed, is what I understood, right? Brett, wasn't that it?
It's what they added to it when we sent it. to
In
them.
blue
Yeah.
is what and
Like new mandates, like.
the
Right?
salmon color, what was that? Who,
Those are me.
The red pinkish, yeah.
Yeah.
salmon color is you and
Yep.
the yellow is you?
Maybe some of it.
give an example? Cause I only did the salmon color.
Page 22, he might.
Well, it's all over. I mean, it's yellow all over in here.
Highlighted yellow.
It's all over in the policy where it's highlighted yellow.
This paid, the highlighted says paid holidays are determined by the city council. Is that what?
Well, I mean, it's all over. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, the yellow, is that you?
That was, I think that was Diane when she was looking at it. Like, for 19, what that was generally.
Yeah, cause then there are little footnotes on there is the,
Might be asking is potentially who the yellow is, and then is the yellow being omitted that was already in there, and or is the yellow
I
being
think
added?
those were just, highlights, right? Yeah.
It was highlighted and noted on the side.
Well, so the
That's- yeah,
question is
so we could-
associated, but I didn't know
Discuss it.
who was putting that in. And I didn't know who was putting the salmon in. That's you, Brad.
Yeah,
And the
salmon,
blue was from the attorney.
yes.
Well, let's get to it if we're gonna get to it. It's 9 o'clock. So
We want to do, you want to table?
none of those, but no, we're not tabling this again. This has been going on since December of 23. We're moving this. So let's get it
Well,
moving.
we've been dealing. with
yeah,
that Just
this is
recently.
just
New to us.
new to us. Yeah.
This draft came out in December of 23 and sat
Oh,
for a
that-
year
that
without
was
anybody.
Before us, so. Got way late.
When I mean, I read the first half of it and then I lost my copy. So tonight I got the new copy. I don't know where I put it. I have no clue, but from what I read, the first half, I had no issues with it. And I,
Well, all the,
from what's being proposed,
all the changes that
Yeah.
were on the change log was to, instead of having 2 pay periods, we went to, everybody's on the same pay
Yep.
period. And we just tried to get we didn't give unions anything.
it was stuff that's out of the contract.
It's on their
putting it in the
contract.
policy. Yeah.
And it's like we try to just get everything, so there's not
Where it
3
makes sense.
different
Yeah.
things that are completely different.
Yeah. Cause I noticed in here that one of them said yeah, like on page 25, it said, there was the leave policy for exempt employees. It just said cleaned up. I mean, that's very self-explanatory, but then under the page 23, under the non-exempt overtime eligible employees, police officer will be compensated at the rate of time and a half, then it said in there, in the footnote, it says per contract.
Yeah.
So that's just taking stuff out of their police department's contract and putting it into the policy manual, which. Yeah, a lot of it was, I had the same question of the blue was the attorney, I didn't know who was putting, so that was a lot of what was my questions, but which were answered already, so. But yeah, otherwise I had no problem, I had no issues with what has been in here. I mean, the policy manual is just stuff that has been mandated by this.
A lot of it. That's why it went from it was a 38-page document, I think, or 58 pages, and now it's 70 pages. or
Yeah.
something. A lot of that was just legal.
66 pages.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
yeah,
was 38 pages.
yeah,
But it hasn't been changed since 2014.
Yeah.
So it needed some.
it needed updating and clarifications and yeah, which a lot of the stuff that the attorneys put in there is stuff that is by the state, mandated on us by the state, so. It hasn't changed much since when I work here, so,
And we're about to have that paid family medical leave shoved on our throat.
yeah.
We got section 190 talking about news releases and that it's the city clerk treasurer that will talk and this and that. I had a note in here that usually it's the mayor when there's an emergency or a disaster. That's who
What page you got, Mike?
That's in section 1.90. Starts on page 3 and goes into page 4. Bottom of page 3.
Media news release with the
Yeah.
exception of routine events and basic information readily available to the public. All requests for interviews or information from the media are routed through the city administrator, clerk, treasurer. Formal news releases concerning municipal affairs are the responsibility of the city administrator, clerk, treasurer. No city employee is authorized to speak on behalf of the city without prior authorization.
From the clerk, everything is the
Yeah,
clerk.
yeah.
And my point is that there should be a section in there that says the mayor is the authorized spokesperson for the city in the event of emergencies and disasters.
So you want that added in?
I think so. I think
Just
so.
so it's
That is,
Which.
that
so
is
it's clear.
normally when you
Yeah.
watch the news, who's speaking for the city when there's a disaster or
Yeah.
emergency? Tornado goes through. Who are they talking to? The mayor. They're not talking to the clerk treasurer.
What kind of city is that, right?
It's-
Because,
I'm out there cleaning up the mess. How can I talk to them?
yeah, let me put a plug in there. I'll put it under F. And
Yeah, just add
okay.
another,
For emergency.
yeah.
Official spokesperson, that what you're saying?
Emergency and
Emergency,
disasters,
yeah.
that the mayor is the authorized
But like-
spokesperson.
Day-to-day stuff would be,
Yeah,
you know, like, we should,
Otherwise, the other stuff that's in there is fine.
I don't feel like we should hamstring, like Amy, if she wants, sends out, there's a lot of times, she sends out press releases for different things that the police department does, you know,
Well, according to this, she'd have
Yeah.
to first go through Brett.
yeah, which,
100%.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying she sends them out without,
Yeah, no,
without Brett's support. I don't,
I mean, I have some media training.
Yeah.
So if if we're gonna make any kind of statements, I'm gonna be in the loop.
Yeah.
And if I feel like it's something that should be elevated, then I'm gonna take it to the council.
Or if
Simple
you
as.
delegate it to Amy because she was on the scene.
Yeah,
It's your call.
and this happens.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
So.
My only point was in the emergency
Yeah.
or disaster, that it's the mayor who becomes the spokesperson, not the clerk treasurer or anybody else.
In his absence, then,
He's
since we're talking about it,
be,
It'd be
if
the
he's
vice
mayor.
mayor.
but
like,
Yep, in the absence of the mayor for an emergency or
right.
disaster, it then becomes the vice.
or a designated appointee by the council.
Yeah, mayor may, for emergencies, mayor may make statements on behalf of the city or his or her designee. I think that,
Emergency or disaster.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
See there. Next,
On section 3.16 on page 14. The first paragraph of section 3.160, pay period.
Okay, yes.
It says that the pay period starts at 12 a.m. midnight on Monday through 11:59 Sunday.
Yeah.
Is that AM or PM? Thank you very much. It just says 11:59.
what do you?
It should be PM.
So it's just,
It should say 11:59 PM
We should just do it military time and then there would. be
or,
no-
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
23:59. I don't care. Are you lost?
That was the adjustment we made to get all the pay periods.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Figuring out the pay periods.
yeah, 14-day beginning at 12 a.m. midnight, Monday.
And then Sunday,
To
11:59
11:59
Sunday,
AM or PM,
so.
11:59 PM
Yeah,
14 days
yeah,
later.
okay, yep, PM.
or 23:59.
Well, we better keep it,
But
more whole time because not everybody's military or, you know, so. Brett knows it, but
I do it with.
if
time
in
and
3 years later, if Brett retires or quits and moves on, the next city administrator may not know the military time. So.
Page 21. 7.40 time reporting, and I think you're catching this because I see there was a notation there, but you'll probably change that because it talks about time cards. We don't have time cards.
Swipe. Swipes.
So time card should come out and swipe clerk or whatever should go
So
in.
we don't use time cards at all on it.
No, everything's completely digital.
They log in on their computer.
Phone.
Phone.
Oh, okay.
A question I had on page 22 regarding holidays. It says a premium pay of 1.5 times the regular hourly rate wage for employees required to work on a holiday will be for hours worked on the actual holiday. My question was, if they're working on an observed holiday, is there overtime? Say the regular holiday falls on a Sunday, so you observe on Monday. That's the observed day. Do they get 1.5 times if they work on the observed holiday? That's on page 22.
Well, yeah, because all holidays would be on the observed date.
No, some are actual, because the policy talks about actual holiday and observed holiday. On actual holiday, it says here they get 1.5 times their pay. As opposed to the observed holiday. So does that mean that they're only gonna get straight time if they're working on the observed holiday?
Yes,
Yeah.
they would get their 8 hours holiday pay or whatever it is for the holiday itself. Because we pay holidays whether you work it or you don't, holiday pay.
Mhm.
If they work it, they get time and a half. If it's the observed holiday,
They just
They're gonna
get
get straight
straight
time.
time.
because they're not working an actual holiday. And the only people in this city that work on holidays under our
Public
control,
Works and Police Department.
they get their on-call and the liquor store.
Well, that's right, liquor store too.
And most of those holidays are, they don't work them all.
No, not all of them. I think there's 5 they don't.
And there was appeared like that is stated twice in the policy, because you go to the next page. On page 23, 7.8, pay for hours worked on holiday. So they're saying the same thing all over again.
Oh, yeah, okay, so there's some redundancy in here. 7.8.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah,
what
holiday
is-
pay for employees listed in section 7.6 shall be as stated in section 7.6.
So why is then
Holiday
that
overtime
section
pay.
there?
All employees designated as essential employees and have been approved to work on the holiday, with the exception of exempt employees, shall be paid at the rate of time and a half.
And what's that? Shouldn't that be at the rate of 1 1/2 the employee's normal hour, not time and a half? But 1 1/2 the employee's normal hourly rate.
Yeah, we can change that. 1 1/2.
So I was just wondering, why is it in the place?
I think it's because it says all employees designated as essential employees is the reason why.
Well, then go in the previous section we just talked about. It talks about getting paid 1.5 times for regular holiday pay.
And if we're gonna be technical too, that this section uses numbers like 1.5 times.
Yeah,
And the other
yes,
one is
yes.
one. I'm just saying, if we're gonna, since we're combing through it,
Make it the same.
whichever you choose, I don't know.
Well, this one you could probably eliminate because it's covered in that other section.
Should we just hit delete
Well,
there?
now, hold on, no, the other section does not talk about actual
and
holidays and observed holidays.
Well, then let's leave them both in there because it's not confusing. If you leave them both in there, it's covered twice. There's no reason
Well,
to take
it's
anything out.
redundant is the point.
There's a good bit of that.
Redundant is better than missing.
Rather have two $10 bills than none.
When it goes back to legal, I would imagine they will comb through with a fine tooth comb. They charge us enough money, they better.
Yeah. There, I can change this for you, Bill.
Good job.
I just pointed it out. I was like, oh,
Uh. And on backing up, I guess, 7.6 again, the holiday pay. I was confused by that. It says police department gets 11.5 hours,
That's their scheduled.
normal scheduled hours.
That's their scheduled
They,
shifts.
they normally work 11.5 hours on shift.
Yeah. They work 6 11.5s and then 1 11-hour shift to get 80 hours because they work 5 days, have 2 off, or 2, have 5 off. So they work, that's just how their schedule is to make that 80 hours. So they work 11.5s
Well,
and then
that's-
1 11. So, yeah.
Just put a question mark on that because I didn't understand it. Talk about that. Talk about that. Oh, this is just a question I have, but that you can probably answer pretty quickly. On 7.100, page 23, right before section 7.110, paragraph right before 111, yeah, that paragraph there. Just a question, it says that overtime earned will be paid at the rate of, again, time and a half, that should be 1.5. On the next regularly scheduled payroll date. My question was, why isn't the overtime paid in the current payroll date?
I mean, I think it just depends when it takes place, but yeah, if you work overtime during the pay period,
Yeah,
on payday, you get paid.
when the statement is incorrect, is that true?
The next regularly scheduled payroll day. We have regularly scheduled payroll dates.
Yeah, but it says they will get paid on the next regular instead of the current. My question is why they're not getting paid on the
It
current
is
instead
current.
of the next.
It's the next payday. It's the current. It's current.
Pay
It's just the
cycle.
next payday. Upcoming payday.
1.5. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's-
On the next
we
regular
have-
schedule.
We have our scheduled paydays. So if they worked on Friday and paydays on Monday, they're gonna get paid on Monday for their overtime.
Okay, well, when I read it,
Schedule.
I walked ending saying, okay, they're working the overtime in this payroll period. But they're gonna get paid in the next payroll period for the overtime.
No, they get
You
paid.
see what I'm saying?
Can we take on the next, take out next, so it just says on regular scheduled payroll date? So that way there's no confusion for future.
That would
Just say on,
take out the word
regular
next.
scheduled payroll date.
Just take that out.
No,
Take
no,
out
just take
the
out
next,
next,
just the word next.
just so there's.
On
Also regular scheduled payroll. Yeah, that makes sense now. Another question that just occurred to me to ask you, Brett, is do on-call hours count toward the 40 hours for overtime?
No.
They don't count, only if they're called in and
All that they're called.
okay. I didn't know, it was just a question.
And then because they're under contract, they get a set amount for coming in.
Another one at the bottom there. I even want that.
Yeah. Unlock that. Hey, what? Councilman? Laser. Hey, it's 9:20.
I know, and I was supposed to be home 20 minutes ago.
Hey, if I didn't say it, Keith was right on it. He was gonna
Let
say,
me just get a note here.
go through.
All time and a half.
Yeah.
Go to 1.5.
Okay, in section 7.130, page 24.
Started on my page, it was just a number.
7.130. Go to the second paragraph. There you go, that second paragraph. It says that exempt employees like Brett is an exempt employee, so make it personal. Brett is generally expected to be available to the public during his normal business hours. If Brett is not working or on a break established by this policy during normal business hours, then Brett must use any accumulated time off they are not working or receive approval from Brett's supervisor for other time off. Why, if it is a break established by policy, does the exempt employee have to use accumulated time off?
Change that from the form to from.
That makes no sense to me.
And Angelisa, I don't know why she put that in there.
If it's on a break established by this policy, why does the exempt
I
employee
would delete all of it,
have to take time
go
off?
there down, and just get rid of all that.
Let's just,
Yeah. Just get rid of it. There. I cleaned that right up.
You bet.
that was easy.
Yeah. That's a good catch. Nice and clean and tight. And
Next.
Okay, all right.
I'll be back. Don't worry.
On page 24, section 7140. In point D. It was just a grammar item. It says the very first work week or the very last work week of, it should be of, not or. That was all I caught there. And then on point E, you should ask the attorney to really read that one over in relationship to the Fair Labor Standards Act. I pulled up the Fair Labor Standards Act and read it while I was going through this. And the way I'm looking at it, because it's talking about an exempt employee. There's special rules that apply to exempt employees. And I think we want to make sure that we're okay there. That's all I'm going to say. The attorney needs to look at that. I'm not an attorney, but when I read the Fair Labor Standards Act and read the policy, I kind of went, I don't know about that. 6.
I can cover on that because we have that statement in there about 4 hours or whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, this came from their shell. So I can only imagine that this is,
Well,
yeah.
But yeah, just double check.
I would, it's
Yeah.
going to the attorney anyway. I would just make a note to say, would you take a look?
Yeah,
at that?
Noted, it is on there. You will see this.
And on section 8.10, page 26. That eligibility. Why isn't the period the same for both exempt and non-exempt employees?
Because we sometimes, unsalaried employees start their benefits immediately. And the reason it says 60 days or more on eligibility up there is because you can't start insurance until the first of a month. So
That says,
depending on when they start.
okay, now that says something different than what I was given. What I was given says each employee is subject to a sick benefit eligibility period may be extended by the employee's supervisor.
So they just added one word or, well, two words.
And why?
Or more is what was added.
Why would a supervisor be able to extend the eligibility period? Boy,
Wiggle room, on a need based.
Yeah, I think so. And I can't think of a scenario where that would be used, right? Because we would hire somebody, you know, we're gonna say like, hey, your benefits will start on this date, right?
The
So-
or more covers that because of when they hired, it could be to get to the first of a month after 60 days.
Yeah, and it says 60 days or more depending on start date
But I don't know that.
in the footnote.
we extended,
Yeah, let's get rid of that last one.
yeah.
Takes care of that.
Love
that.
That was easy.
Okay, now it's talking about employee. It eliminates the exempt and non-exempt. It just says employee. Okay. So. Reading through this damn thing, I put a guy to sleep also. Oh, okay, 8.50, page 26 for the health savings account. My question was, would we want to take out the dollar amount that it's stated there of, it says $1,750. And it also talks about the 2 equal payments of $875. Would we want to take out the amounts and just change it to say
Set amount.
that the council will annually look at and set the amount? So that
Well, we can
if the
have,
council changes it, we don't have to change a whole new policy.
we don't need a new policy to amend that dollar figure anytime we want.
Then you're redoing policy. Why not just have it say that, you know, it is set by the city council
Will contribute set dollar amount or
as a dollar amount as established by the city council?
You know, 2 equal payments, just get rid of the of 875. So we could actually get rid of all of it.
Yeah,
There's no reason,
just boom,
we can do it, however we do it.
payments,
2
we
equal.
could just say,
I'd just say there you go, 2 equal.
one made around 1st of January and the second around, okay. Well,
Yeah.
lovely. As contributed subject to, okay, yeah. That's cleaned up. Let me just put a note here to say that we touched this. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, keep going. Doesn't make any sense.
I think it shuts down at 9:30.
Yeah, we do have a half hour before we have to adjourn, so.
You know, like on Zoom, they only give you so much time, it'll kick you out.
Yeah, right.
We just took dollar amounts out, so
That's one.
Yeah, maybe like your cursor was on.
there you go.
Cleaned up. Okay.
Next one I had was, section 9.20, page 27. Paid time off.
Mhm.
Uh. Says, there's a sentence there that says compensation time follows the same as PTO. And I go, what?
Can't use comp time any different than this. They have to use it 1 hour. They can't use 43 minutes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'd have somebody saying, well, I'm short 18 minutes on my paycheck. I'm gonna use 18
It's hour
minutes.
for hour.
It's 1
Whether
hour.
whether it's a half hour, they have to use a full hour.
Yes.
But if they're doing that, they're using PTO, right?
No, comp time and PTO are separate.
Well, comp time is for putting in extra hours and you take the time off instead of getting the extra
Right,
pay.
but we keep it separate from PTO because they can only accrue so much comp time. Where PTO can go on for, that's why it's.
Up to 512 hours.
That's why it's designated separately.
Well, there now in that section, the language got changed from what the copy I have. My copy just says compensation time follows the same as PTO. And I go, huh? What's that?
It's the same usage rules as PTO.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's just clarifying that it's.
and
same.
that one changed it to the same usage rules, which makes a lot more sense. So that's already been changed. Then there was a question stuck in here under 7.3 or 9.3. Accrual rates for full-time employees. The comment, I guess, then that you put in, Brett, because it's in salmon color, is possibly ask that Teamsters join our rates. Explain that.
I think they are on our rates, aren't they? They wanted to propose something different and we said no. So actually, we don't even need to. Yeah, we can get rid of this now.
This is our set.
Okay, so I can ignore that one.
Yeah, we can put that.
Then on page 30, 9.130, jury duty. Second paragraph, second sentence of the first paragraph under jury duty. Employees are required to turn over compensation they receive for jury duty minus mileage reimbursement. That's fine. But it should, I think, also say minus mileage reimbursement and subsistence allowance. If they get a payment for meals and lodging.
We don't give for jury duty, it's gonna be in Wadena, we don't give meals or.
You don't. But the court might. And this says that they have to turn over to the city all compensation received for jury duty minus mileage
The
reimbursement.
only thing I could think of is.
And I think it should say minus mileage reimbursement and subsistence. that they get, that they may get from the court.
I would agree with that.
If the court, if you go to jury duty
And they feed me.
and they pay you, let's say that you got tapped to go to federal court, be on the jury, and they're gonna pay you for your time. You're an employee of the city, by the way. They're gonna pay you for your time. They're gonna pay for your mileage. They're gonna give you an allowance for meals. And if you have to stay overnight, they'll give you lodging. Those are subsistence payments. The policy says you have to turn over to the city all compensation you get except for mileage.
But do
So
they,
for meals and lodging that you may get from the court, you have to turn that over to the
do
city.
they give you money for those, or do they give you a voucher to pay for?
Well,
That they-
regardless, I mean,
I'm taking PTO and I'm not telling you guys anything.
regardless, if they give you a voucher, it's a non-issue because it's not compensation. But if they give you money, that's compensation.
I don't believe they give.
So why not add, except mileage and subsistence allowances?
I think if they get paid to eat, they were gonna pay to eat here. If they get paid to buy their meal there, that's only right.
What do you mean they get paid here?
Here, they're gonna either bring their meal or they're gonna pay for a meal. Somewhere in town here,
Yeah,
if they're working.
yeah.
So if they're down in Wadena and they give them $10 to go out and eat, I'm not gonna take that away from them. They didn't pack lunch. They didn't get to bring a lunch. They're not at home. They can't run home for lunch. I'm not gonna take their $10 away
Then
from their lunch.
put it in the policy. You're not gonna take it. So they,
It's already not in there. The only thing we're taking is money.
except they have turnover compensation, except mileage, reimbursement and subsistence payment.
So that's what he's saying.
Oh, yeah, okay, no, it's sinking in. We can,
Um,
minus-
Mileage
So-
reimbursements and.
So you're $20 for the day.
and which is.
So they eat
I don't know
or
what it is.
whatever, you
No,
don't turn that over to the city.
If you keep it in that general term, then it could cover more things than just
I
meals.
just call it a subsistence
But,
allowance. That's what it was called when I looked it up anyway.
in the term, I mean, subsistence is probably suffice. You can leave allowance in there, but that's
So-
what subsistence
So
is.
that way they
Isn't
don't
allowance,
have
right?
to give that.
Yeah.
That works.
No, they don't give that to the city. Oh, same issue under or 9.140 court appearances. Same issue where you gotta turn over compensation, except mileage reimbursement, and should add any subsistence allowance.
So same thing, minus mileage, reimbursement and subsistence.
Well, this next one covers a broad number of sections because it deals with the Family and Medical Leave Act. In fact, it goes in sections 9.160 through 9.320. Alls I put down was a question, which is, does all deal with Family Medical Leave Act? Do the sections align with Greenwood Connections? In
We
other
don't.
words, does our Family Medical Leave Act say the same as Greenwood Connections
Well-
Family Medical Leave Act?
Laura and I are collaborating on this with our attorney, and I mean, it's been maybe a month since I asked him. We asked for the model policy.
So
right?
you're in
And-
process of getting those screwed up.
Yes, yes, Laura and I are working together on it.
Get those aligned, so they're both in agreement.
Yeah, we're gonna have the same policy, the same pension.
That was just,
And-
that's all I have, was just a question.
And like ESST, depending on how radical it is, this might all just get deleted and say per City of Monaga FMLA policy. Just so that we can completely break it off from the personnel policy. More to follow as that develops.
My next question was section 9.400, page 39. It was funeral leave. And it defined who the funeral leave applies to. And I just had a question, which was this. Would the family leave, or should the family leave apply to the death of someone's significant other? You've got a lot of people that live together anymore. They're not married, but they live together. So would the family or the Funeral Leave Act apply to the death of a significant other? God, I hate that term.
I think they ought to pull the trigger, okay, because I mean, that's their own choice, and I think that this definition is plenty clear.
Well,
And-
then they would not get funeral leave for the death of a significant other.
It's not a family. If they don't get married, they're not a family.
Might be a friend's benefits, but it's still just a
It
friend.
just a
We're
question.
on the air, sir.
I just,
I'm not saying what those benefits are. Very general term.
defend that one, Bill.
Well, if we defend significant, or if we define significant other, I mean,
We're
what,
gonna get into the weeds.
yeah.
I just, so many people just live together.
Should we put
And
life
that's why-
partner?
That is why I just raised the question. Because it's so common anymore that two people just
Well,
live together.
They'll take PTO.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Get married, folks.
I mean, I'm okay with it.
Well, I mean, we could
There
put
are so many
fiance.
people that do live together.
Yeah, you're right.
All about families.
Yeah, it's actually in the term, well, this is, the family. Medical, that's human.
Okay, under section 9.410, page 39. It says that annual leave replaces individual sick time. It talks about PTO. And it says it replaces individual sick leave, vacation leave, and holiday, and combines them into a single benefit program.
Holiday,
But we're not counting holidays as PTO.
holidays should go away because we have it in our policy to grant the holidays.
And on section 9.420, again on page 89. I had a question of, this is talking about leave without pay. And it's silent on this part, but my question is, if an employee goes on leave without pay, how does that affect employer contributions into the benefits of that employee?
Not getting paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said benefits, health
Medical.
insurance, dental. How does that affect the employer contribution?
It would depend on how many hours, because we give that, we pay.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a difference if somebody takes 2 days
Right.
without pay versus, well,
A
I'm
month.
I'm gonna be gone for 3 months for a
Yeah.
sabbatical or
Well,
something.
I mean,
How does that affect the employer contribution towards the benefit package?
Well, this is for up to 5 business days. The rest would have to be granted by the city council. So that's the.
Yeah,
most
that's the authority that's been given to the
I mean-
court treasurers up to 5 days to grant it.
Employee benefits are not earned by an employee while on leave without pay. I think that,
That says it.
yeah.
So if they were to take 3 months off, we're not gonna pay their medical,
Oh,
their benefits.
Everything's on pause,
yeah, that's,
Oh,
which makes sense.
I'm sorry, I missed that sentence reading through this thing. It is covered. Just make yourself a note that on section 9.80, payment in lieu of leave on page 28, you're missing a parenthesis. It was just a grammatical catch. You're just missing a parenthesis, a close. You're missing the close parenthesis. You have the open, but not the close. Hey, on page 41, section 1.10, staff development. It talks about the reimbursement over the maximum defined, that's the per diem the city pays. Over the maximum defined because it may be lower, because a lower meal cost may not be available. So therefore, the city should pay all of the full reimbursement. Well, number one, how's the city know a cheaper meal is not available? Number two, the employee could go to Red Lobster and order lobster.
It's not on this copy.
What number is it? Is it
E,
E? He's
We
gone.
got rid of it.
okay,
Must have already been omitted.
that's good.
yes, okay, remove to paragraph E, edited C to clarify that we will use the IRS rate for mileage.
That was for mileage,
We clarified it here. We use the IRS.
prevailing mileage rate. Okay, that's good. Then under 10.9 on page 42. And that's where it states under B there, it states we'll pay $40, $9 for breakfast, 11 for lunch, 20 for dinner. When I took a look online, I did an online research into the IRS allowances. And the IRS allowances broke it out into two kinds of allowances, standard and then high cost localities. IRS has a listing of high cost localities. And they're referred to the GSA, Government Services Administration,
Very familiar.
rates that it uses. Where under GSA, breakfast is 16, lunch is 17, dinner is 31, with $4 for incidental, totaling $68. High cost localities is breakfast 21, lunch 22, dinner 38, incidentals 5 for $86. And I'm just wondering if we should maybe take out that $40 and so forth and just put in there that we would pay what the GSA allowance is or the standard or for the high cost localities.
Are our employees GSA employees?
Well, it's what the IRS points to for what it allows for per diem.
I mean, the biggest thing that I want to do, I want to avoid are somebody coming in with a big pile of receipts and just here. No, if you are gone for this amount of time, you are eligible for this amount. Now, I am fine with saying the rate is $40 or what have you. I would say,
Well, then I'd say
Can we
let's
just go
use
to a
the
flat
standard
rate
rate
of-
of $68.
Okay. Even,
That would be $16 for breakfast, $17 for lunch, $31 for dinner, and $4 for incidental. Because I don't think any of our employees are gonna travel to high cost localities, San Francisco, Chicago, New York City. I'm trying to remember the cities that IRS
I
call.
think a lot of us, like, for me, I'll just say for me, for when I worked for the city, I had to go to St. Cloud, Duluth, and Minneapolis for trainings. And those were, a lot of them were 2-day trainings or three, the longest was a 3-day training. That was in Duluth. A lot of the conferences you had to provide your own supper. A lot of it was, and it was,
Yeah.
breakfast and lunch were provided at conferences or the trainings. Yeah. And then supper was, so
I wouldn't.
can we just go to a flat rate of, just keep it at,
I wouldn't go as high as 68. $40 might be a little light, but I wouldn't go to 68.
can we
Well,
move it to 50?
If
Just do it.
you've gone out at all to eat, Jody, $16 for breakfast at the local cafe. I go in there and I have breakfast and it'll be anywhere from 14 to 18, depending what I order.
My wife and I eat for $22 at Cody all the time for both of us. Just gotta order the right stuff.
Can we just go to can we just go to a flat rate of say $50 and not break it
So
down?
we could get rid of B and just change 40 to 50.
So B is
Is that
basically
way-
itemizing.
Yeah, we don't need the itemization. We just say we'll do up to $50. How they spend it's their business.
Yeah,
So we're gonna pay them
Well-
$50 a day? No, no.
Well, that's saying 68.
Yeah, but we would express it this way,
You want it itemized?
just like it is now.
well, so yeah, meals
That's what it
provided,
is
yeah,
now.
so
Look at
we gotta,
point B.
we have
Look
to
at
break
point
it
B.
down. So,
Point B would say, $68, which includes
So we know 50. is what we
16
said.
for breakfast, 17 for lunch.
I thought
and so
Brett
forth.
was saying that you didn't
So
want
we'll
like
put
the
$10
itemization of
11,
receipts and.
okay, so, well,
11, 14 and whatever. Make up that difference.
It's not enough.
25, that's 45, so go 25 for dinner.
That's not enough.
That's enough if you're frugal. We don't need people buying $40 suppers for themselves.
There is no $40 on here for supper. It's 31.
Taxpayers in this city aren't gonna wanna pay for one person.
I'm just saying, if we send people out to do the city business and they have to buy their meals, these numbers are not unrealistic. 16 for breakfast, 17 for lunch, and 31 for dinner. That's not unrealistic.
If, and from when I went out to trainings, you're swinging through McDonald's to get your two sausage burritos and, or whatever, you know, I'm not going for a sit down because half the time you don't have time to go get up, you know.
Supper, the,
The supper time, it's different. You
you
know,
know, because who knows where you're at and,
yeah.
but yeah, it's up to you. It's up to you. Okay, let's also just consider as well, right? If we know that we have to send Bill to San Antonio for some giant symposium that we have to send him to, right? You know, I think we as the city and you as the council can just make the call of, hey, for this case by case basis, we will allow Bill to have this, and this for
Most
covering it.
of our trainings are gonna be in Minneapolis, St. Cloud, Duluth.
Yeah. And that's yeah, the point I'm saying is if there's a circumstance where the council needs to make a change on a specific instance, then, you know, I think that would be.
This is for all employees.
And then it says meals provided by conference hotel host agency will be deducted from the.
Yeah, so if I get breakfast,
Yeah.
lunch, right, then I'm only gonna claim my 25
Yeah.
for dinner. So, which is standard and easy, and then I want to avoid, you know, again, the whole receipts is, hey, if you just want to starve yourself every single night, that's on you. You're still gonna be comped for it.
I hear you're right and you're right. I mean, all sides of this is right. If I were to tweak it personally, because you mentioned 60, they're saying, the federal saying 68. He said 60. We were at 40. We come in on 50. But my 2 cents would be to increase that breakfast to 12, to increase the lunch to 15, and then move the 25 to 28. What that total then is 55 instead of 50. And here's my thing too, is if you're at a conference, you know, like we're tripping over $1, but the reality is breakfast and lunch is probably already covered. So it's a moot point. See what I'm saying? But
Does that work for you, Mike? 55?
Well, it's better than the 40. That's
12, 15, and 28, 55.
55.
And then change that to 55. What do you got for the math?
So
You said
12,
12,
15, and
15,
12, 15, and 28.
28. yeah.
Okay.
Then on we're still on section 10.90. On page 43, you gotta go down to the paragraph. Okay, the paragraph following the out-of-state travel. A per diem, no, the next paragraph down, Brett. There, a per diem deduction. The last sentence of that paragraph. Continental breakfasts which are provided do not impact per diem entitlements. Now, if I'm getting a continental breakfast, why the hell should the city pay breakfast?
Boop, done.
Good.
That was easy.
Meals provided by airlines do not impact per diem.
Let's yeah. Okay.
Get paid to eat.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oh, shoot. And
We're gonna back up just a little bit here to section 10.70 on page 42. Private vehicle costs. I know it's covered somewhere else in the policy, but this should be said that the mileage will be reimbursed at the current IRS rate. It doesn't address.
That's redundant, Mike. You don't like being redundant. Come on. I don't, but make up your mind.
See, vehicle, current approved.
So the reimbursement mileage will be at the current IRS rate.
That's all right. Yeah, we can just get rid of this. Using MapQuest, like, how about just map using a map?
Map for mileage. Map apps for mileage.
And you can say Google Maps is,
Yeah, just a map.
it look, we could see like, you say electronic map? Well, the Red McNally might come out and.
Trace now. We'll just go plug and play and say, here's what it is.
Okay, then the next one I had was section 14.30 on page 50.
On a side note, what time do we have to be done?
Oh, what, which one, Mike?
14.30.
Turn into a pumpkin at a certain time.
City
I
owned
was thinking it
vehicles.
they had to be done.
Is it? This is
Oh, yeah, set by ordinance.
Time and a
Yeah,
half.
no, is there anything below that?
We're over.
We changed it to set by ordinance because the ordinance tells you.
Yes. Specifically for, police, that's set by ordinance.
Okay, because this did not say anything about police with the copy I had. It just said employees.
Police on-call response rate.
It does now,
Yeah, this has been updated. This one's.
but not on the copy I had.
That's all of us police.
And a question I had was why wouldn't reimbursement to the city for miles from city to home and home back to work be paid by the employee for use of the vehicle to go to work and to go home? If it's used in the course of their business, yeah. But if it's just to take me home and take me back to work,
We don't pay it. We don't pay that.
why wouldn't the employee reimburse the city
For
for
a city-owned vehicle.
city-owned vehicle to go from work to home and home back to work?
It's covered in in the ordinance where we allowed them to take the cars home for response time.
Like just the.
For response time, yeah.
Yeah,
So if they get a call, the car's there, they're ready to go.
So they're not gonna come here to work.
I understand, yeah, I understand. But my question is, why not collect mileage back to the city to go from the city home and from home back to the city? Everybody else covers their own cost of transportation.
I don't know anybody that does that. Not that,
I'm staying out of that.
Yeah, we're not.
like, is that, have you seen that model? Are there other cities that do that with?
Agreements there.
With law enforcement?
Right, the perk of the job.
And that's the sheriff's office only allows their haul out. And it's also kind of a perk of the job that the sheriff allowed them to take their cars home. It's
I can
a
see.
lot of agencies that, granted,
Yeah,
there's,
state highway patrol does.
Yeah.
And
But
I get that. I
but
get that.
that's,
Because they're ready to roll.
yeah,
if a call comes
But
in. I get
even
that.
within the city, there's other cities that allow car,
My son-in-law works for a gravel company. He's got a company truck. He
Yeah.
drives home every day. They don't charge him for that.
yeah, but I mean, there's other agencies that, like, okay, White Earth Indian Reservation, they used to, and I think that it's still the same. There was a guy that lived in Duluth.
Wow.
They allowed him to take the car home. He had to pay, I don't know if it's one oil change a month or a year or whatever it was. They had to cover that. But that's different because he lived 3 hours away from where his job was, but they allowed him to take it home. So, but I don't feel that we should be, I don't feel that we should be asking for the employee for money back for us allowing them to take the car home.
Because it's still a service to the city that they are ready to go at the drop of a dial. So it really does benefit us. Now, maybe it only happens once a month. So you might saying, well, our cost is not, but.
Well, how much do we throw away in insurance that you never use?
Right.
Yeah.
And does the ordinance prohibit passengers in the car? In other words, I got the city car at home, cop car at home. Can I run my kids to school in it?
If school's on the way to work.
Well,
Yeah.
or pick them up and
I don't.
can I take, I work for the police department. I live 2 miles north of town here, but I want to go to Wadena for personal business. Can I drive the car to Wadena?
You're off duty.
Is that covered by ordinance? Is that covered in the ordinance?
You either
Is it
trust your
prohibited?
employees or you don't.
Well, we got the ordinance. My question is, do you know, does it prohibit? Do you know?
It's not to be used for personal use is in the ordinance.
That is in there. Okay. Just a
It's,
question.
it's
Don't
to get
get me
from
get
home to
excited.
work and back home.
Section 15.20, page 51. Good standing is the title. It says employees who leave the employment of the city in good standing by retirement or resignation will receive 100% of unused accrued PTO leave. This question, what happens to the PTO of those who leave not in good standing?
It's up to us. It's up to the council.
Is that embodied in a policy somewhere?
No, it would be a case by case basis because if somebody leaves for embezzlement or something like that, we're not going to give them their PTO time.
Like when I left the city, I got mine 100%. I mean, they took minus the taxes. So
You left in good
Yeah.
standing. My question is, how about if somebody leaves not in good
Like
standing?
what budget would that funnel into? What line item?
What would happen? What happened?
Well, if somebody's leaving here in bad standing, okay, that probably means personnel reps, that probably means attorney.
Yeah.
So anything that we do is gonna be pretty scripted.
So I don't want to chain ourselves to saying that we will or we won't or we might. We'll deal with it on a case by case basis. Because otherwise we could be here for a week just trying to go through every scenario.
Well, I understand you can't say this, then, and this, that, because you can have too many convolutions. But separation from service should deal in some way with PTO of somebody not in good leave, and that could be handled by a point F. That
What would you recommend?
anybody, you could add a point F. That says an employee who separates in less than good standing, the city council will decide how PTO will be handled, or some state.
Sometimes less is more. Yeah, we would have to define less than good standing. I think.
We're getting into way nitpicking stuff here.
I think, and me personally, if the city attorney has reviewed this and they didn't make any notations on it, I don't think we should open up the can of worms. Exactly.
I haven't even thought of that particular point. I just raised the question. As I went through this, I caught stuff, I raised the question.
We have a
So,
labor attorney, correct? I mean, our civil attorney was
Yeah.
very, very well versed in labor, so. I think when we cross that bridge when that time comes, never happens, hopefully never.
17 grievance procedure.
Then, next one was section 1710, page 53. On step 2 is where I came up with the question. My question was this. It says what to do if this and if that. What if the grievance is against the clerk treasurer? Then what? It doesn't say then what? If the grievance is filed. It says if it's filed against the mayor or a councilman, it goes directly to legal counsel. How about if it is filed against the clerk treasurer? Then what?
Directly to the council then.
We should say that, or to the mayor.
It would go to the council. The mayor doesn't have that authority.
I mean, I would say it would go to the personnel reps.
Personnel.
Yeah. Okay.
So representatives of the council.
Can it just say goes personnel committee?
Yeah.
Personal representatives of the council. Appointed by the council, that's fine.
Six 110.
You better, do we wanna put a footnote in there, so.
Yeah, you know what? Great idea.
And the next one was, chapter or 20.10 under chapter 20, page 61.
Mhm.
And it doesn't say it here. I think it's assumed, but it maybe should say it, that the use of cannabis or THC during the workday, including lunch and breaks, is prohibited.
The controlled substance. Cannabis is still a controlled substance.
That talks about having it on city property. I said the use of cannabis or THC during the workday,
Distribution.
including.
Is it the unlawful manufacture, distribution, possession, or use of a controlled substance on city property or while conducting city business is absolutely prohibited.
Oh, okay, I missed the ordinance. Okay, thank you.
2140.
Section 2140 on page 60.
Oh, yeah, and Amy can run this report
Yes.
with consent, so that's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a question there to, would we want Amy to run the driving records annually on employees who drive city vehicles?
Mhm.
And she can do that.
Yep.
That's all I had, guys.
Can we-
All right.
Can we put? Do we want to put in there? By the police chief at the request of the city clerk?
Well, Daniel is covered it by the city. Will
Yeah.
We all know who would do it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's.
Wondering. Well, and what if we need to check the record on our chief of police, right? We would go to a third party, so.
Yeah.
Right.
Just because at one point, the police chief couldn't do background checks on new employees.
Well, I'm on.
It was farmed out to
You've gone through it.
BCAs, which I'm just,
The personnel committee.
All right, so the next step
so,
on this personnel policy is for it to go to legal.
Yes.
There, if any tweaks or anything. It should be, just on the things we've changed, should be all they're looking at, because they've already looked through that thing once. All their stuff in there. And then when it comes back as a final copy, we will again,
go through the whole thing again.
well, we will make sure that we'll get it and make sure with all the changes are what we said. If they have any recommended changes, we'd have to again.
Everything.
By the way, who is the attorney now? Cause his name left the firm.
We have Chris Hodacek
Nico
now.
left.
Yeah, no, Nico works for Little now. I just talked to him the other day.
He's our attorney.
Chris Hodacek now.
Who?
Hodacek.
Same
Who did
place.
check?
His name is Chris Hodacek.
Who did check?
Yes, yeah, he was on all of Nico's emails, so, yeah, since I've been here.
Hey, which one of these is correct?
The one that says August 11th on the top. Not the one that says 14 July. The same information, just different.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got 2/14 July.
Yeah, it's you,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Was wrong.
Give me those.
Okay,
I asked them the same thing.
we're on the bill. The motion is to approve listed checks and EFT batches for a total amount of $249,129.29.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Both same sign.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Turn at 10:18. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
So. Go ahead. But who was the motion to adjourn? That was
Mike and me.
Okay.
You
So all of it. Verbiage, Jason, both city administrator and
Clerk and treasurer.
so it's that we can read the way.
Yep, so it's consistent.
Yeah, yep. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us, our two viewers. You guys are champs. We'll see you next time.
Shoot.